Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The skies above Mount Drekon bled crimson as the sun descended behind the jagged peaks. Once these heavens had glowed with the warm amber light of the eternal fire, its sacred flames casting a protective radiance across the seven kingdoms. But now, a creeping darkness edged the horizon, and the people of the valleys below whispered fearfully of the weakening blaze. For the first time in 10,000 years, stars appeared in the night sky, beautiful, yet harbingers of a coming doom. In the underground fortress city of Khazad-dûrn, Thorin Stoneheart sat alone in his modest dwelling, calloused fingers tracing the intricate runes of his grandfather's warhammer. The weapon felt heavy, with more than just its considerable weight. It carried the burden of history, of choices made and honor lost. Thorin's beard, prematurely streaked with silver, was trimmed short in the fashion of the disgraced, a constant reminder of his family's fall from grace. The ancient knocker on his door sounded 3 times, each strike resonating with unexpected authority. Few visitors came to the home of an outcast. "Enter!" Thorin called, his voice rough as gravel. The door swung open to reveal a figure that seemed to draw all light into itself. Alandria, the keeper of the sacred flame, stood in his doorway, her alabaster robes shifting with patterns of fire that danced across the fabric. Her presence here, in the lowest level of the city, was as unlikely as snow in summer. "The Council of Seven Fires requests your presence, Thorin Stoneheart," she announced, her ageless face betraying no emotion. "The eternal fire fades. A guardian must be chosen." Thorin laughed bitterly. "And they send for me, the grandson of Durin the Oathbreaker? Have they exhausted every honorable dwarf in the Seven Kingdoms?" Alandria's eyes, the color of molten gold, fixed upon him with unsettling intensity. "The flame chooses its guardian, Thorin Stoneheart. Not the council, not I. The fire has spoken your name." The council chamber, carved from the living heart of the mountain, was illuminated by 7 braziers, each representing one of the dwarf kingdoms. At its center, upon a pedestal of ancient obsidian, danced a flame no larger than a candle's light. Where once it had roared like a furnace, now it flickered feebly, its once brilliant gold dimmed to a pale orange. 7 pairs of eyes watched Thorin enter. Their gazes weighted with centuries of tradition, and he noted desperation. Grandmaster Balin, eldest of the council, stepped forward, his white beard nearly touching the stone floor. "The sacred texts speak of a time when the eternal fire would dim," the old dwarf intoned, his voice echoing off the cavernous walls. "When darkness would threaten to engulf the 7 kingdoms, when the blood of Durin would be called to atone." Thorin's jaw tightened. "I am not my grandfather." "No," agreed Balin, "but you bear his blood, his hammer, and now it seems his destiny." He gestured toward the weakened flame. "Approach the fire, son of Thrain. Let it judge your worth." With reluctant steps, Thorin moved to the pedestal. The heat that should have been unbearable was barely warm against his skin. As he gazed into the struggling flames, a vision seared itself into his mind. Mount Draken's heart, where the fire's source dwelled, corrupted by shadow. A familiar figure bent over the ancient forge, drawing power not to sustain the flame, but to twist it, to consume it. Zephyrus, Thorin whispered, recognizing his former mentor's silhouette. The flame leapt suddenly, engulfing Thorin's right hand. Pain lanced through him, but before he could cry out, it subsided, leaving an intricate pattern of fiery runes etched across his palm and wrist. "The mark of the Guardian," gasped Elandria, "not seen for 5 generations." Thorin stared at the glowing sigils. "What am I to do?" "Journey to Mount Draken's heart," said Balin. "Rekindle the source of the eternal fire before the last ember dies with the next full moon. Fail, and eternal night will fall upon our lands." "And what of Zephyrus?" Thorin asked. "The wizard has turned against us." A murmur rippled through the council. Elandria stepped forward. "We feared as much. Zephyrus the Grey has not been seen for a year. If he has indeed fallen to corruption, then your task is graver still." "I cannot do this alone," Thorin said, the weight of his mission settling upon him. "You will not have to," Balin replied, though his eyes betrayed uncertainty. "The quickest path to Mount Drakon leads through the Vale of Spectres and the forests beyond." Thorin's blood ran cold. The Silverleaf Forest, the Elven territory. "Yes," Balin confirmed grimly. "You must seek the aid of those your grandfather betrayed, the elves of the Eastern Bow." The dawn painted the mountain slopes with pale light as Thorin set forth from Khazad-dûrn. The mark of the Guardian pulsed warmly against his skin, a constant reminder of his impossible task. His grandfather's war hammer hung at his back, its weight both comfort and curse. The journey to the Vale of Spectres took 3 days, each step taking him further from the lands of his people and closer to the territories where ancient grudges ran deep as mountain roots. As the mists of the Vale closed around him, Thorin found himself surrounded by the whispered voices of the dead, the spirits of those who had lost their way in these treacherous passages. "Turn back," they seemed to hiss. "Glory and death await ahead. Turn back to safety and shame." But the mark on his hand burned brighter with each spectral warning, guiding him through the mist when his eyes could no longer be trusted. On the 7th day, he emerged from the Vale, his provisions depleted, but his resolve hardened by the trials of the crossing. Before him stretched the Silverleaf Forest, its canopy shimmering with unnatural iridescence. The border between dwarven lands and elven territory had been closed for 60 years, since the day his grandfather had stolen the starlight gems from the Elven Queen's crown and fled back to the mountains, breaking an alliance 5 centuries old. Thorin had barely set foot beneath the silver boughs when arrows hissed from the foliage, forming a deadly circle around him. From the trees descended a dozen elven warriors, their armor like liquid moonlight, their faces cold and beautiful as winter stars. "Dwarf," spoke their leader, a tall female with eyes the color of glacier ice. "You trespass on lands forbidden to your kind." Thorin slowly raised his marked hand, palm outward. "I come as the guardian of the eternal fire. The flame fades. I seek passage to Mount Drakon." Uvi, the elven captain's eyes narrowed at the sight of the fiery runes. "The affairs of dwarven flamekeepers are no concern of the Eastern Bow." "If the fire dies," Thorin replied evenly, "darkness will engulf all lands, yours included. Already the nights grow longer, already the cold seeps deeper." A murmur passed through the elven company. The captain's gaze flickered momentarily to the darkening eastern sky. "And why?" she asked coldly. "Should we aid the bloodline of Durin the Oathbreaker?" Thorin unhooked the warhammer from his back and, to the elves' visible shock, laid it upon the forest floor. "I come to make atonement for my grandfather's crime, for the broken trust between our peoples." He knelt beside the weapon. "I am Thorin Stoneheart, and I seek the aid of the Eastern Bow, not only to save my people, but all who dwell beneath the light of the eternal fire." For a long moment, silence reigned in the clearing. Then the captain gestured, and the arrows were withdrawn. "I am Elindra Nightwalker, captain of the border guard. You will be brought before Queen Elestra. She will decide your fate and that of your quest." The elven capital of Argentwood was built not upon the forest floor, but within the massive silver trees themselves. Walkways of woven living branches connected dwellings that seemed to have grown naturally from the ancient trunks. As Thorin was escorted through this aerial city, he felt the weight of 1,000 elven stares, each heavy with distrust and ancient memory. Queen Elestra awaited him in an open chamber whose floor was a living lattice of branches. Her crown was indeed missing the 3 starlight gems that his grandfather had stolen, their absence like missing stars in a constellation. "So," her voice rang like crystal bells, "the mountain folk remember the surface world exists when they need our help." Thorin met her gaze steadily. "I remember it always, Your Majesty, as I remember the wrongs my bloodline has done to yours." He extended his marked hand. "But greater than old grievances is the threat we now face. The eternal fire dies. My former mentor, Zephyrus the Grey, has turned to darkness. He seeks to extinguish the flame that has kept the ancient evils at bay since the First Age." The Queen's expression remained impassive. "And you believe yourself capable of stopping a corrupted wizard? You, alone?" "Not alone," Thorin admitted. "The path through your realm is the only way to reach Mount Dracon before the next full moon. And..." He hesitated, then pressed on. "The ancient texts speak of an elven artifact, the Phial of Everdawn, that can rekindle the eternal fire even from the smallest ember." A ripple of whispers spread through the elven court. The Queen's eyes flashed. "You ask much, son of Durin's line. The phial is our most sacred treasure. I ask for the world, Your Majesty, for both our peoples." Queen Elestra rose from her throne of living wood. "We shall deliberate on your request. Until then, you will be our guest." 3 days passed in anxious waiting. On the 4th night, Thorin was awakened by a soft touch on his shoulder. Captain Elindra stood over him, a finger to her lips. "Come," she whispered, "the Queen has made her decision." Instead of leading him to the throne room, Elindra guided him through secret passages within the massive trees, descending to the forest floor where no elven dwellings stood. "The council voted against aiding you," she explained as they moved silently through the underbrush. "But the Queen, she has seen the growing shadow. She knows the old stories are true." They arrived at a small clearing where Queen Elestra waited alone, a crystal phial hanging from a chain around her neck, glowing with an inner light like captured dawn. "Guardian of the Flame," she addressed him formally, "I cannot officially grant you the Phial of Everdawn. To do so would break my covenant with my people." Thorin's heart sank, but the Queen continued. "However, I can choose to accompany you to Mount Dracon, bringing the phial with me, not as an ally of dwarves, but as a protector of all lands that thrive under the light." Elindra stepped forward. "And I will join this quest. The border has been my charge for a century. It is time I see what lies beyond." Thorin bowed deeply. "I am honored beyond words, Your Majesty. Captain." "Save your honor for when we succeed, dwarf," the Queen replied, though a hint of warmth had entered her voice. "We leave within the hour. The path ahead is long, and if what you say of Zephyrus is true, fraught with dangers greater than ancient grudges." As the unlikely trio set off toward the looming shadow of Mount Dracon, Thorin felt the mark on his hand pulse in time with his heartbeat. The fate of the 7 kingdoms, of all lands touched by the eternal fire's light, now rested on the shoulders of a disgraced dwarf, an elven queen, and a border captain. And somewhere ahead, in the heart of the sacred mountain, waited Zephyrus, once teacher, now corrupter, and the dying heart of the eternal fire. The darkness around them deepened with each step. But the phial of Everdawn gleamed like a star against the queen's breast, and Thorin's marked hand cast a warm glow upon their path. 3 ancient enemies, united against a greater threat, walking together into legend. Story 2. The first tree crystallized on the night of the harvest moon. By morning, what had once been an ancient oak stood transformed, its living wood now jagged black crystal, its branches reaching toward the sky like the grasping fingers of a frozen hand. The villagers of Thornvale gathered at the forest edge, their faces pale in the dawn light, but none dared venture beneath the shadowed boughs of Evendell. None except Lyra. She stood before the crystallized oak, her fingers hovering inches from its obsidian surface. Where once birds had nested among vibrant leaves, now only silence reigned. The forest that had whispered songs to her since childhood had fallen eerily quiet, save for a single plaintive note that seemed to vibrate from deep within the transformed wood. "What are you trying to tell me?" Lyra whispered, her breath misting in the unnaturally cold air surrounding the tree. Behind her, the village elder's voice cut through the silence. "Step away, child. The forest sickness spreads. Already 3 more trees have begun to change near the eastern brook." But Lyra couldn't move. The single note coming from the crystal tree was joined by another, then another, forming a haunting melody that only she seemed to hear. Her fingers found the worn wooden flute tucked into her belt, a gift from her grandmother before she passed, and without thinking, Lyra raised it to her lips. The notes that emerged mirrored those emanating from the crystal, a call and response that made the black surface shimmer with inner light. A collective gasp arose from the villagers as a small section of the tree briefly regained its natural wooden form before crystallizing again. "Impossible," the elder murmured, but his voice held a tremor of hope. Lyra lowered her flute, her heart racing. "The forest is not dying," she said quietly. "It's changing, and it's trying to tell us something." That night, dreams of verdant pathways and moonlit clearings pulled Lyra from her bed. Half asleep, she slipped from her cottage at the forest edge, drawn by a melody that wove through her consciousness like silver threads. The crystallized oak gleamed under the stars, no longer black but luminescent with an inner blue fire. As Lyra approached, a shadow detached itself from the darkness beneath the tree. She froze as a wolf stepped into the moonlight, a beast of impossible size, its shoulders level with her own, its fur the color of winter mist. Eyes like amber flames regarded her with uncanny intelligence. Fear should have rooted her to the spot, sent her fleeing back to the safety of the village. Instead, recognition flickered within her, as though she had known this creature all her life. "You've been watching me," she said softly. The wolf inclined its massive head, a gesture so deliberate it could only be affirmation. Then it turned, padding toward the depths of the forest, pausing to look back at her with clear expectation. Lyra hesitated only a moment before following. The forest path, familiar by day, transformed under moonlight and crystal. More trees had succumbed to the strange transformation, creating a corridor of glittering black sentinels. Yet rather than dying, the forest felt more awake than ever, vibrating with a strange energy that made the air thick with possibility. The wolf led her deeper than she had ever ventured, to a clearing where a colossal tree dominated the landscape. The legendary Mother Tree, Heart of Evendell. Its massive trunk remained untouched by crystal, but its roots, exposed above ground like ancient serpents, showed veins of black beginning to spread. At the base of the tree stood a stone altar, so old that moss and vines had nearly reclaimed it. Atop it lay an ancient tome, its pages open to the night air, illuminated by shafts of moonlight filtering through the canopy. The wolf sat beside the altar, watching as Lyra tentatively approached. The book's pages were filled with musical notations unlike any she had seen, and illustrations of 4 stones, one burning within a fire, one swirling with air currents, one rippling like water, and one veined with what appeared to be tree roots. As Lyra's fingers brushed the weathered parchment, a voice spoke from the shadows, causing her to whirl around in alarm. So the forest has chosen its voice at last. An old woman stepped into the clearing, her silver hair cascading down her back, her robes the deep green of forest shadows. She leaned on a staff carved from living wood, which seemed to pulse with gentle light. "Who are you?" Lyra demanded, though something about the woman's eyes, amber like the wolf's, stirred distant memories. "I am Elindra, Keeper of Remembrance," the woman replied, "the last of the old guardians, until now." Her gaze traveled to the flute at Lyra's belt. That instrument belonged to your grandmother, and her grandmother before her back through the ages. It is no ordinary flute, but the whisperwood pipe, carved from the mother tree in the first days. The wolf moved to stand beside Elindra, and the old woman rested her hand on its massive head with familiar affection. "This is Grimfang, last of the forest-born wolves. He has watched over your family for generations, waiting for the one who could hear the song of the trees." Lyra's mind reeled. "My grandmother was just a village healer. She never spoke of guardians or magical wolves." Elindra's smile held sorrow. "She protected you by keeping silent. The Blightmasters have hunted our kind for centuries, seeking to destroy the last of the forest guardians." She gestured to the crystallizing roots of the mother tree. "Now they unleash their final weapon, the crystal blight, to transform the living wood into vessels for their power." The old woman turned to the ancient tome. "This is the Sylvan Codex. It contains the evergreen song which can heal the forest and defeat the blight. But the song is incomplete without the 4 elemental stones, scattered centuries ago to protect them from falling into the wrong hands." Lyra shook her head, overwhelmed. "Why me? I'm just a village girl who plays music." "The forest chooses its guardians," Elindra said simply, "and it has chosen you. Your music already shows the power to temporarily reverse the blight. With the elemental stones and the complete evergreen song, you can save Evandel." The old woman's expression grew grave. "But we must hurry. The winter solstice approaches in 7 days. If the mother tree fully crystallizes by then, the transformation will become permanent. Worse, the Blightmasters will gain control of the Crystal Sentinels, ancient guardians created during the First War, now sleeping beneath the roots of the mother tree. They will awaken as an unstoppable army of living crystal." As if to emphasize her words, the ground beneath them trembled slightly. Lyra glanced down to see thin veins of black crystal spreading beneath the soil like searching fingers. "How do I find these stones?" she asked, decision made despite her fear. Elindra smiled, relief evident in her weathered features. "The Codex contains clues to their locations. Grimfang will guide you, and I—" She paused, a shadow crossing her face. "I must remain to slow the Blight's progress as best I can. My power wanes, but it may buy you the time you need." The old woman took Lyra's hands in her own. "Learn the song fragments as you recover each stone, but be warned. Each note awakens not only the forest's healing magic, but also stirs the crystal sentinels from their slumber. By the time you obtain the final stone, they may already be rising." Lyra swallowed hard, looking to the wolf who would be her companion. Grimfang's amber eyes held steady confidence that somehow calmed her racing heart. "The first stone, the Ember of Thalos, lies beneath the scorched falls to the north," Elindra continued. "You must leave at first light." Dawn found Lyra standing at the edge of Thornvale, the Sylvan Codex tucked safely in her satchel, her grandmother's flute, the whisperwood pipe, secured at her belt. Grimfang waited at the forest's edge, a silent sentinel ready to guide her into the unknown. She had left a note for the village elder, though she doubted they would understand her sudden departure. How could they, when she barely understood it herself? Yesterday, she had been simply Lyra, a young woman with an unusual talent for music. Today, she was apparently the last of an ancient lineage, tasked with saving a forest older than civilization itself. The morning light revealed more black crystal trees, their transformation accelerating. In the night, the crystal had reached the village boundary, claiming an ancient willow that had stood beside the communal well for generations. 7 days until the solstice, she murmured to Grimfang. Is it even possible? The wolf nudged her hand with his massive head, a gesture of reassurance that felt strangely familiar. Then he turned north, toward where the scorched falls cascaded over cliffs of red stone, their waters perpetually warmed by the fire chambers that lay beneath. Lyra took a deep breath and stepped forward, leaving behind everything familiar. As she passed the first crystal trees, she removed her flute and played a few experimental notes of the melody she had begun to learn from the codex. The black crystal nearest her shimmered, resonating with her music. For a brief moment, green leaves sprouted from a crystalline branch before withering away. Not enough to reverse the transformation, but proof that it could be done with the right song, the right power. "I'm coming," she whispered to the forest that had sung to her all her life and now asked her to sing in return. "Hold on, just a little longer." With Grimfang loping beside her, Lyra ventured into the depths of Evendell Forest, following fragments of an ancient melody toward the first of the elemental stones. Above her, the crystalline branches seemed to bend toward her passage, as though the forest itself watched her progress with desperate hope. Behind her, unseen beneath the roots of the mother tree, something ancient stirred in its long slumber. Crystal formations, shaped like warriors of a forgotten age, shifted infinitesimally as the notes of Lyra's flute echoed through the living wood and transformed stone of Evendell. The last song of the forest had begun. Story 3. Blood pooled across the marble floor of the throne room, creeping between the intricate mosaic tiles like crimson rivers seeking the sea. King Eldrin of Arnoria lay slumped upon his ancient seat, the legendary crown of 7 stars shattered around him, its fragments scattered like fallen constellations against the white stone. In the flickering torchlight, each shard pulsed with a different hue, as though the very essence of the crown fought against its destruction. From behind a hidden panel in the wall tapestry, Prince Arik watched in horror as masked assassins moved methodically through the chamber, collecting the glittering fragments. His hands trembled as he clutched the ornate dagger his father had gifted him just that morning, a weapon he had never wanted and never trained to use, preferring the company of books and star charts to the practice yard. "Find the youngest prince," hissed a voice that sent ice through Arik's veins. The prophecy must not be fulfilled. A figure stepped into the torchlight then, tall and regal, face obscured by an ornate silver mask. As the figure turned, moonlight streaming through the high windows caught the mask, revealing an insignia Arik recognized instantly, the royal seal of Arnoria inverted, the mark of his older brother, Eldrin, supposedly killed in battle 3 seasons past. Arik's gasp betrayed him. As guards turned toward the tapestry, he fled through the secret passage, navigating the labyrinthine corridors that honeycombed the ancient castle of Stormhold. Behind him, the thunder of armored pursuit echoed against stone walls. A glint of light on the floor caught his eye, a fragment of the crown, overlooked in the chaos, no larger than a child's palm. Without thinking, Arik snatched it up. Heat seared through his hand as the shard melded to his flesh, its light pulsing in rhythm with his racing heart. Pain gave way to clarity. Suddenly, the castle's hidden pathways unfolded in his mind like a map drawn in starlight. Arik knew with inexplicable certainty which corridors to take, which stones concealed escape routes, which passages would lead his pursuers astray. The knowledge guided him to the royal stables where moments later he galloped through the castle's eastern gate into the mist-shrouded forests beyond. A single shard of his father's broken legacy clutched against his chest, its light hidden beneath his cloak. 3 days later, Arik slouched in the corner of a tavern in the border town of Mistral's Edge, his fine clothes exchanged for a woodsman's rough garments, his golden hair darkened with ash. The crown fragment hung from a leather cord around his neck, concealed beneath his shirt where its occasional pulse of warmth reminded him of all he had lost. "They say the king's crown shattered of its own accord," muttered a merchant at a nearby table. 7 pieces, 7 powers, scattered to the winds, dark omens for Arnoria. "No darker than a missing prince and a dead king," replied his companion. "The regent's men are everywhere, offering gold for any sighting of Prince Arik." Arik pulled his hood lower, fingers instinctively seeking the hidden fragment. His brother, alive, a traitor, and now regent. But to what end? The crown of 7 stars was said to be ancient, beyond reckoning, forged in the age when dragons still counseled kings, and magic flowed freely through the realm. Its power was ceremonial, symbolic of Arnoria's divine right to rule, or so the common wisdom held. The fragment against his skin suggested otherwise. A shadow fell across his table. Arik looked up into the most unexpected face he could have imagined. Green-tinged skin, amber eyes with vertical pupils, and tusks protruding from a grim mouth. An orc, here in the heartland of Arnoria, where their kind had been banished beyond the Mistwall Mountains generations ago. "You sit in my place, little prince," the orc rumbled, voice low enough that only Arik could hear. Fear froze Arik's blood. "I don't know what. Save your lies." The orc slid onto the bench opposite him. "I am Kazak Stonefist, and I have sworn blood oath to end the line of Eldrin Starcrowner." A massive hand closed around Arik's wrist. "Yet here we sit, and I do not kill you. Curious, yes?" Arik swallowed hard. "Why?" Kazak's grin revealed more tusks. "Because greater forces are at play, the fragment you carry." His eyes flicked to Arik's chest. "It calls to the others, and to those who would see the crown restored." The orc released Arik's wrist. "I have been hired to bring you to someone. Another assassin, a seer, one who walks pathways of time few can navigate." The witch's dwelling lay beyond the town's boundaries, a cottage seemingly grown rather than built from the ancient oak that embraced it. Inside, shadows danced despite the absence of visible flames, and the air hung heavy with the scent of herbs and old magic. "The star-born prince arrives, bearing a fragment of destiny," spoke a melodic voice from the darkness, "and with him the Oathbreaker's son." Indeed, a woman emerged from the shadows, tall and ethereal, her silver hair cascading like moonlight around her shoulders. A band of intricate silver filigree covered her eyes, yet Arik felt the weight of her gaze nonetheless. "Lady Alindra," Kazak acknowledged with surprising reverence, "I have brought him as promised." "So you have, though your heart remains torn between your oath and your fate." The blind seeress turned her covered eyes toward Arik. "And you, young prince, carry both more and less than you know." Arik's hand went to the fragment. "This piece of the crown, it showed me the way out of Stormhold. It's more than mere metal." "Indeed." Elindra glided forward, her fingertips hovering over the hidden shard. "The crown of 7 stars was forged from a fallen star in the Age of Wonders, when the 7 dragon sages still walked among men. Each fragment contains an echo of their wisdom and power: navigation, strength, foresight, healing, protection, communication, and transformation." "My brother wants to collect them all," Arik said. "But why shatter it in the first place?" Because united, the crown's power can only be wielded by the true heir of Arnoria, separated. Her voice trailed off ominously. The fragments can be corrupted, came a new voice from the doorway. Arik turned to see a man silhouetted against the night sky, tall and broad-shouldered, clad in armor of iridescent scales that seemed to shift colors with each breath. A dragon knight, thought long extinct since the closing of the dragon realms a century ago. Sir Draethir, Elindra acknowledged. Last of the Dragon Guard, keeper of oaths and breaker of chains. You have heard the call as well. The knight stepped into the light, revealing a face weathered by time and battle, eyes that held the amber glow of dragonfire. I served your grandfather, young prince, and your father after him. I was sworn to protect the crown, yet I failed. His gaze fell to where the fragment lay hidden. Your brother did not act alone in his betrayal. The crown was shattered by dragon-forged steel, my own blade, stolen from me through treachery. Why would Eldrin want the crown destroyed if he covets its power? Arik asked. Because of the prophecy, Elindra interjected, her blind gaze turning toward the eastern window. When stars fall and crowns break, the seventh son of the seventh son shall gather the fragments and either restore the light of Arnoria or plunge it into eternal darkness. Understanding dawned on Arik. I am my father's seventh son. The others were never spoken of, Sir Draethir confirmed. 5 stillborn princes before Eldrin, then you. Your father feared the prophecy, kept it secret even as he honored its potential by naming you Arik, ruler of stars in the old tongue. But Eldrin knows, Kazak growled, and he seeks the fragments not to restore but to corrupt. Each piece, infused with tainted magic, becomes a tool of dominion over one aspect of the realm. With all 7, he could rule as no tyrant has ever ruled, not as king, but as god. Arik's mind reeled. Days ago, he had been the overlooked second prince, content with his astronomical instruments and ancient texts. Now he stood at the center of a prophecy with 3 unlikely allies, an orc sworn to kill his bloodline, a blind seeress who walked through time, and a dragon knight who had failed to protect the very artifact they now sought to restore. I have only one fragment, Arik said, withdrawing the shard from beneath his shirt. In the cottage's gloom, it pulsed with blue light that cast star-shaped patterns across the walls. How do we find the others before my brother? Elindra smiled, her blind eyes somehow finding the fragment. That piece you carry, the star of navigation, will guide us. Each fragment calls to the others and to their true bearer, but we must move quickly. Already your brother's agents have secured 2 pieces, strength and transformation. Then we shall seek the others, Sir Draethir declared, dropping to one knee before Arik. My sword, my life, is yours to command, Prince Arik of Arnoria, bearer of the broken crown. Kazak did not kneel, but inclined his head slightly. My oath compels me to end your line, Princeling. Perhaps I shall start with your brother instead. Elindra's laugh was like silver bells. And I shall read the pathways between what was and what may be, to guide your steps through shadow toward light. Her expression grew serious. But know this, each fragment you recover will awaken not just its power, but also its burden. And with each piece restored to your keeping, your brother's wrath will grow. Arik closed his hand around the fragment, feeling its power pulse through his veins. All his life he had been judged and found wanting, too scholarly, too gentle, too hesitant for the warrior kingdom of Arnoria. Yet here he stood, chosen by fate and prophecy, with 3 improbable champions ready to follow him into peril. Where do we begin? He asked, straightening his shoulders. Elindra turned her blind gaze eastward. The shard of foresight lies within the mist fens, guarded by creatures that see only truth. A fitting first test for a prince who has lived his life in the shadow of lies. Outside the witch's cottage, a distant horn sounded, followed by the thunder of hooves. "Your brother's men approach," Sir Draether warned, drawing his dragon-scale sword. "They have tracked you here." Kazak bared his tusks in what might have been a smile. "Then they shall regret the finding." As Arik looked from one ally to another, the crown fragment flared brightly, its light illuminating a path only he could see. A starlit trail leading eastward toward destiny. "To the Mist Fens, then," he declared, surprising himself with the authority in his voice, "and to whatever awaits us there." The fragment pulsed in agreement, its light casting a crown of stars around the reluctant prince's head, a harbinger of what might be if courage and destiny aligned. Arnoria's fate now rested in the hands of its most unlikely heir, guided by the broken pieces of an ancient legacy and the first stirrings of a power older than the kingdom itself. Story 4. The first tear fell at dawn. It crashed upon the ancient stones of Raven Rock, a crystal droplet as large as a man's fist, shattering into 1,000 glittering shards that scattered across the village square like fallen stars. The villagers, accustomed to living in the shadow of the colossal stone sentinels that had stood motionless since time immemorial, gathered around the fragments in silent wonder. The crystal was a luminous azure, pulsing with an inner light that seemed to whisper secrets in a language long forgotten. No one dared touch the shards except Ilara, young and fearless, with amber eyes that sparkled with curiosity beneath a mane of copper hair. She had always been drawn to the mysteries that others feared. As the village's apprentice alchemist, her fingers were already stained with the residue of countless experiments. When she knelt and lifted a shard of crystal tear, a vision flashed through her mind. Ancient forests where creatures of legend roamed free, cities of impossible architecture reaching toward skies unmarred by smoke, and beneath it all, a darkness stirring, restless and hungry. "It remembers," she whispered, her voice carrying in the hushed silence of the square. Above them, the face of Old Grim, the largest of Raven Rock's stone giants, wept a second crystalline tear. 3 moons had passed since the giants of Raven Rock began to weep their azure tears. In her workshop nestled against the mountain's base, Ilara worked tirelessly, surrounded by bubbling alembics and scrolls covered with hasty notations. Each tear shard contained not just memories, but power. Wild, ancient magic that responded to her touch in ways both wondrous and terrifying. "Elder Thorn must see reason," she muttered, carefully placing a crystalline sliver into a mortar of moonstone. "These tears aren't a resource to be exploited. They're a warning." The giant's tears had transformed sleepy Raven Rock overnight. Merchants and mercenaries flocked to the mountain village, along with representatives from noble houses across the 7 kingdoms. Rumors spread like wildfire. The tears could heal any wound, grant visions of the future, or even bestow eternal youth. Prices soared as the tears became the most coveted treasure in the realm. And with demand came conflict. A heavy pounding at her door interrupted Ilara's work. She opened it to find Martin, the village blacksmith's son, his face flushed with exertion. "Warlord Drazek's men have arrived," he panted. "A full company armed to the teeth. They've given Elder Thorn until sundown to surrender all collected tears or face the consequences of defiance," as their captain put it. Ilara's heart sank. Drazek of the Iron Fist was but the first. Others would follow. Baron Voss of the Southern Marches, Lady Morvain with her assassin mages, perhaps even emissaries from the Crimson Emperor himself. "And what did the Elder say?" she asked, already knowing the answer. "He's called a council meeting." Martin hesitated. "He mentioned your name, Ilara, said something about your theories regarding the tears. During these past moons, Ilara had documented her findings meticulously. The visions within the tears weren't random. They showed specific events, ancient battles, rituals performed by giants and other beings of legend. Most disturbing were the recurring images of something vast and malevolent, imprisoned deep beneath the mountains, and the growing sense that its bonds were weakening. She had presented her findings to skeptical elders who saw only profit, not peril, in the tears. "I'll attend," she said, gathering her journals, "though I doubt my voice will sway them when gold blinds their eyes." As she secured her workshop, a shadow detached itself from the alley across the street, massive, hulking, moving with surprising grace for its size. Ilara froze, hand instinctively reaching for the vial of flashfire essence at her belt. The figure stepped into the light, revealing green-tinged skin stretched over powerful muscles, a face dominated by a prominent brow and small tusks protruding from the lower jaw. A half-troll, rare in these parts and unwelcome in most. A heavy crossbow hung across his broad back, and various blades adorned his leather harness. "Alchemist Ilara!" His voice rumbled like distant thunder. "I'm Karn. Someone's put a price on your head. Quite substantial, actually." He raised a hand as she tensed. "Fortunately for you, I'm declining that particular contract. We need to talk." The council chamber buzzed with angry voices as Ilara entered, Karn's imposing presence behind her drawing suspicious glares. Elder Thorn, his face grave beneath his silver beard, called for order. "Warlord Drazek's ultimatum leaves us little choice," he began. "Ravenrock cannot withstand a siege, nor do we have the forces to repel trained soldiers." "So we simply surrender our treasure?" demanded Merchant Balvin, whose coffers had swelled with tear trading. "These tears are our legacy, our birthright." "They are no one's birthright," Ilara interjected, stepping forward, "and they aren't meant for us at all." All eyes turned to her as she placed a journal on the central table, open to a page of careful illustrations, concentric circles of runes surrounding a seven-pointed star, each point marked with a crystalline tear. The visions in the tears form a pattern. They show a ritual, the seven vigils, performed by the giants in ages past to maintain a seal that holds back something ancient and destructive. Skeptical murmurs filled the room until Karn stepped forward. "She speaks truth," the half-troll rumbled. "My grandmother was keeper of lore for the troll moors. The old songs tell of a time when giants and trolls together bound the devourer of mountains beneath the earth. Every 7 centuries, the binding must be renewed." Elder Thorn's brow furrowed. "And you believe these tears are the key components of the renewal ritual?" Ilara finished. "The giants aren't simply weeping, they're providing the tools for the 7 vigils. But instead of using them as intended, we've been collecting them like trinkets while the seal weakens." Before anyone could respond, the ground beneath them shuddered. Dust sifted from the ceiling beams as a low, almost subsonic moan echoed through the stone. "That," Karn said grimly, "is the sound of ancient wards beginning to fail." Twilight painted Ravenrock in hues of amber and violet as Ilara and Karn ascended the narrow path to the giant's plateau. Behind them, the village prepared for Warlord Drazek's arrival, some families fleeing to the high forest, others barricading their homes in futile defiance. "Why help me?" Ilara asked as they climbed. "You said someone offered a bounty." Karn's expression darkened. "Lady Morvain. She seeks the tears for purposes even darker than Drazek's quest for military dominance. She believes consuming them all would grant her visions to unlock forgotten magics." He glanced at Ilara. "I may hunt for coin, alchemist, but even I have lines I won't cross. If what sleeps below awakens, there won't be a realm left to spend my bounties in." The plateau stretched before them, a natural amphitheater ringed by 7 massive giants, each taller than the mightiest keep, their features worn by millennia of wind and rain. yet still conveying a solemn dignity. Old Grim at the center wept steadily now, azure tears collecting in a depression at his feet. Ilara approached reverently, her research scrolls clutched to her chest. According to the visions, we must place one tear at each point of the septagram, a 7-pointed star. Then channel energy through them in a specific sequence, completing the vigils. "And you know this sequence?" Khan asked, unslinging his crossbow, as distant horns announced Drazek's arrival in the village below. "I've pieced it together from dozens of tear visions," Ilara confirmed. She hesitated. "But the ritual requires 7 participants, 1 for each tier. The giants themselves once performed it, but they're no longer animate," came a new voice from the path behind them. Ilara whirled to find Elder Thorn ascending the final steps, followed by 5 villagers, the blacksmith, the healer, the hunt mistress, the stoneworker, and young Martin. "You convinced them," Ilara breathed. Thorn nodded gravely. "When the earth itself groans in pain, only fools ignore the warning." He cast his gaze toward the village, where the first fires had begun to burn as Drazek's forces commenced their assault. "We have little time." The 7 vigils began as night descended fully upon Ravenrock. 7 tiers placed at 7 points, 7 participants standing in position as Ilara read the ancient words transcribed from her visions. The crystal tiers pulsed in rhythm with her chanting, their light intensifying until lines of azure fire connected them, forming the septagram. Below the plateau, battle raged. Drazek's forces had breached the village perimeter, but now fought on 2 fronts, as Lady Morvaine's assassin mages materialized from shadow, both warlords intent on claiming the tier's power. Neither realized the true danger until the mountain itself began to shift. A massive fissure opened in the earth beyond the village, a wound in the world from which emerged a colossal limb, black as starless night, each talon larger than a house. "The Devourer stirs," Karn growled, never moving from his position at the septagram's western point. "The seal weakens faster than we feared." Ilara's voice rose in volume and urgency, the ancient words flowing from her lips as though she had known them all her life. The tears' light spiraled upward, enveloping the stone giants in a nimbus of radiance. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then Old Grim moved, a grinding of stone against stone, the sound of a mountain coming to life. The giant's massive head turned, looking down upon the 7 humans with eyes that now shone with the same azure light as the tears. One by one, the other giants awakened, rising from their age-long vigil. Old Grim spoke, his voice like the collision of tectonic plates, yet somehow comprehensible. "The 7 call, the 7 bind, the cycle continues." The giants moved with deliberate grace, forming their own circle around the plateau's edge. They began a low, rhythmic chant that resonated through bone and stone alike. The azure light intensified, shooting skyward in a pillar visible for leagues in all directions. Below, the emerging devourer shrieked, a sound of primal rage and ancient hunger thwarted. Its massive limb withdrew into the earth as the fissure began to close, sealed by the giant's renewed magic. As suddenly as it began, the light collapsed inward, condensing into 7 new tears that fell from the giant's eyes to replace those used in the ritual. The stone sentinels resumed their static positions, once more becoming immobile guardians. But now, Ilara understood their true purpose. "It's done," she whispered, exhaustion overtaking her as she sank to her knees. "The seal is restored." Khan helped her to her feet as the others gathered the newly formed tears. For another 7 centuries, perhaps. But the knowledge of this ritual was nearly lost. Next time we'll be prepared," Ilara said firmly. "These new tears contain the memory of what we've done here today. I'll ensure that knowledge isn't forgotten again." As dawn broke over Ravenrock, the warring factions below had scattered, their conflict forgotten in the face of the greater terror they had glimpsed. The village was damaged but standing, its people emerging to gaze in wonder at their ancient guardians, seeing them truly for the first time. Ilara stood at the plateau's edge, a freshly fallen tear cradled in her palms. Within its azure depths, she saw not the past but possible futures, some dark, some bright, all dependent on choices yet to be made. "The giants have always protected us," she murmured to Khan, who stood silently beside her. "Not as mindless statues, but as sentinels against an ancient evil. How could we have forgotten?" "Time erodes memory," the half-troll replied. "Even mountains wear away beneath its passage." Together, they watched the rising sun illuminate the giants' weathered faces, faces that now seemed to hold the faintest suggestion of vigilant awareness. The tears they shed were not of sorrow, but of purpose, crystalline keys to a ritual that maintained the balance between the world above and the horrors that lurked below. And in her hands, Ilara held the beginning of a new legacy, the knowledge and responsibility to ensure that when the giants wept again, 7 centuries hence, the realm would remember why. Story 5. The dividing line between day and night cut across the realm of Dualuna like a scar, sharp, unnatural, and ancient beyond memory. On one side, eternal sunlight bathed the golden spires of Solaris in perpetual radiance, its streets filled with the bustle of commerce and the sweet fragrance of ever-blooming gardens. On the other, an endless night cloaked the obsidian towers of Umbra in velvet darkness, where lanterns glowed with spectral blue flame and the air tasted of secrets and starlight. At precisely the center of this divided world stood the abandoned Twilight Citadel, its weathered stones illuminated by the peculiar half-light that existed only along the boundary, neither day nor night, but something in between. It was here, amidst the crumbling archives of a forgotten order, that Milo found the map that would change everything. His fingers, stained with the various inks of his cartographer's trade, trembled as they unrolled the ancient parchment. Unlike the precise geographical charts he spent his days creating, this map seemed to shift beneath his gaze. Landmarks rearranging themselves, symbols fading and reappearing like flickering candles. And strangest of all, dotted across familiar territories were glowing pinpricks of light, each pulsing with a different rhythm, like heartbeats. "What manner of map shows places that move?" he whispered to the empty chamber. As if in response, one of the lights detached itself from the parchment, floating upward to hover before his startled eyes. It expanded, revealing within its glow the translucent figure of a young woman in archaic clothing, her expression one of desperate pleading. "Find us," her voice echoed, though her spectral lips didn't move. "Free us. The Twilight Guardian must restore what was sundered." Before Milo could respond, the apparition dissolved, the light returning to the map with a sudden pulse that sent ripples across the parchment. The other pinpricks brightened momentarily, as if in recognition. "Souls," Milo breathed, understanding dawning. "This is a map of lost souls." The realization had barely formed when the ancient doors of the archive burst open. Silhouetted against the perpetual twilight stood figures in gleaming golden armor, their helmets shaped like rising suns, their spears tipped with points that burned with captured daylight. "Halt in the name of the Radiant Queen," their captain commanded. "Surrender the artifact and your life shall be spared." Milo had only seconds to roll the map and secure it within his leather satchel before diving behind a fallen bookcase. As the Hunters of Dawn advanced into the chamber, shadows on the opposite side of the room deepened unnaturally, coalescing into hooded figures that seemed woven from darkness itself. "The Whisperers," Milo gasped, recognizing the notorious agents of the Moon Empress, caught between servants of eternal day and disciples of endless night. The cartographer did the only thing he could. He ran. through a hidden passage known only to those who studied the citadel's architecture, down spiraling stairs worn smooth by centuries of forgotten footsteps, and out into the peculiar twilight of the boundary lands. 3 days later, Milo huddled in a secluded corner of the Crescent Compass, a tavern that catered to travelers crossing between Dualuna's divided realms. Located precisely on the boundary, the establishment's eastern half basked in golden sunlight, while its western portion remained in perpetual night, separated by a sharp line of twilight that bisected tables and cut through the central bar. The map lay open before him, hidden beneath a conventional chart of trade routes. Each night he spent studying it. The more it revealed, souls trapped not just in the mortal realm, but in pockets between worlds, each with its own story of how they became ensnared. Some had been magicians experimenting with forbidden arts, others victims of ancient curses or bargains gone awry. All called to him with increasing urgency. "You're either very brave or very stupid to study that so openly," came a voice from the shadows beside him. Milo started, hastily covering the map. He hadn't seen anyone approach, yet now a woman occupied the chair opposite his, though occupied seemed too substantial a word for her presence. She seemed partially translucent, as if composed of the night itself, only her eyes fully solid, violet irises rimmed with silver. "Who are you?" he demanded, hand moving to the small knife at his belt. A smile flickered across her nebulous features. "Someone like you, hunted for what I can do rather than who I am." She extended her hand, and the shadow it cast suddenly pulled free, solidifying into a small figurine on the table. "I'm Vesper, and unlike those whisperers who mimic my gift poorly, I was born with the ability to shape darkness." Milo hesitated, then slowly revealed the corner of the map, where a light pulsed near their current location. "And what do you know of this?" "Only rumors, that a map exists showing the locations of souls trapped between realms, that the last Twilight Guardian hid it when the realm was sundered, that whoever reunites the souls might heal the rift between day and night," her gaze sharpened, "and that you, with that mark upon your wrist, might be of his bloodline." Milo instinctively covered the crescent-shaped birthmark he'd borne since childhood, the one his mother had always insisted he keep hidden. "I'm just a cartographer." "Are you? Then why do both the Hunters of Dawn and the Empress's Whisperers hunt you with such fervor? They've offered rewards that would buy a small kingdom for your capture." Before he could respond, the tavern door burst open, admitting a squadron of sun-armored hunters. At the same instant, shadows in the corners deepened as whisperers materialized from darkness. "Time to choose, cartographer," Vesper said calmly, rising to her feet. "Trust me, or face them alone." They fled through the shadows themselves, Vesper weaving darkness around them like a cloak as they passed invisibly between the hunters and whisperers. The pursuit continued for days, forcing them to traverse both sunlit meadows, where Milo's expertise guided them through hidden paths, and darkened forests, where Vesper's abilities kept them concealed from searching eyes. During quiet moments of respite, the map revealed more of its secrets. It responded to Milo's touch, expanding to show not just the physical realms of Dualuna, but overlapping spiritual planes where the lost souls wandered. With each soul they located, a poet trapped in a mirror, a child ensnared in the heart of an ancient oak, a warrior bound to a battlefield where time stood still. The map grew more complete, and Milo's dormant abilities awakened. The Twilight Guardians maintained balance, he explained to Vesper, as they freed a soul from a crystal cavern deep in the Night Realm. They belonged to neither sun nor moon, but to the space between, to twilight. When the sundering occurred, they were destroyed, their order forgotten. "Not entirely forgotten," Vesper countered, watching as Milo's hands glowed with soft silver light, guiding the freed soul back to the map. Your mother protected you by hiding your heritage, but the mark of the crescent dawn cannot be concealed forever. As the days passed and more souls were freed, the truth began to emerge through fragments of memories released from their spiritual prisons. The realm of Dualuna had not always been divided. Once day and night had followed their natural cycle. The sun and moon, personified as sister queens, had ruled in harmony from the twilight citadel, until the great betrayal. Not a betrayal, corrected the soul of an ancient scribe they freed from an enchanted book. A sacrifice. When the void hunger came from beyond the stars, consuming worlds, the queens realized they could not defeat it conventionally. They performed the sundering ritual, splitting not just their realm but themselves, two halves of one entity, divided to create a boundary the void hunger could not cross. But the price was balance, Milo realized, locked in eternal opposition, neither remembering they were once one. And the souls, caught in the sundering, were trapped between worlds, Vesper added. Fragments of the original reality, preserved but imprisoned. With each liberated soul, the map grew more detailed, showing not just Dualuna's physical geography, but the spiritual anatomy of the sundering itself. The intricate magical fracture that had split day from night, queen from queen, reality from reality. The final confrontation came, as it was perhaps always destined to, at the Twilight Citadel. The map had revealed its ultimate secret. At the heart of the abandoned fortress lay the Nexus Chamber, where the original sundering had occurred. There, with the map completed by the liberation of the trapped souls, the two halves of the sundered reality could potentially be rejoined. But the Hunters of Dawn and the Whisperers had also discovered this truth. As Milo and Vesper approached the citadel, they found it surrounded, golden-armored soldiers to the east, shadow-cloaked figures to the west, and at the central gates, the rulers themselves. The radiant queen blazed like a captive sun, her golden robes flowing as if blown by cosmic winds, her face too bright to look upon directly. Opposite her, the Moon Empress floated inches above the ground, her silver garments seemingly woven from starlight and shadow, her features beautiful and terrible in their cold perfection. "The blasphemer approaches," the radiant queen proclaimed, her voice like the chiming of celestial bells. "The thief of souls," intoned the Moon Empress, her words resonating with the hollow echo of abandoned temples. Milo stepped forward, the completed map glowing in his hands, its light neither golden nor silver, but the perfect twilight blend of both. Behind him, Vesper shaped shadows into a protective barrier. "I am Milo, descendant of the Twilight Guardians," he declared, his voice steadier than he felt. "And I bear the truth you have both forgotten." He unfolded the map, now complete with the essence of every freed soul. It expanded between them, growing until it encompassed the entire courtyard, a perfect representation not just of Dualuna's geography, but of its spiritual reality. At its center, where the Twilight Citadel stood, two figures were shown not in opposition, but embraced, a single entity with aspects of both sun and moon. "You are not enemies," Milo continued. "You are Soluna, the dual sovereign, who sacrificed unity to save your realm from the void hunger." The map pulsed, with the combined energy of all the freed souls, each one a memory, a fragment of the original unsundered reality. Light spiraled upward from the parchment, surrounding both queens in a vortex of intermingled day and night. "The sacrifice was necessary," Milo said, the knowledge flowing through him from the map, from his awakened heritage. "But the danger has passed centuries ago. The void hunger moved on to distant stars. Your continued separation doesn't protect Dualuna, it wounds it." For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the radiant queen extended her hand. After another breathless pause, the Moon Empress reached out in return, As their fingers touched across the boundary of twilight, a shockwave of pure magical energy pulsed outward. The map between them flared with blinding light, then dissolved into countless motes of luminescence. The freed souls, released from their final obligation. They swirled around the two rulers, enveloping them in a cocoon of radiance that blended gold and silver into perfect twilight. When the light receded, a single figure stood where two had been, tall and regal. One side of her face warm and golden as dawn, the other pale and serene as moonrise. Her robes flowed in impossible patterns, simultaneously bright as day and dark as night. "Soluna," Vesper breathed beside him. The dual sovereign regarded them with eyes that held both sunlight and starlight. "Twilight Guardian," she addressed Milo, her voice harmonizing with itself in two perfect counterpoints. "You have restored what was sundered. The realm will heal, day and night will cycle once more, and balance shall return." As she spoke, the sharp dividing line that had cut across Dualuna for centuries began to soften and blur. In the distance, the eternal day above Solaris yielded to the first sunset in living memory, while stars began to fade above Umbra as the promise of dawn touched the horizon. Milo felt the power that had awakened within him settle into balance. Neither light nor darkness, but the twilight between, the magic of boundaries and transitions. The map was gone, its purpose fulfilled, but his journey as the first new Twilight Guardian in generations was just beginning. Beside him, Vesper's form solidified fully for the first time, her mastery of shadow balanced by newfound affinity with light. "What now, cartographer?" she asked, a smile playing across features no longer nebulous. Milo gazed at the transforming landscape of Dualuna, where the unnatural boundary dissolved with each passing moment. "Now," he said, "we map what comes next." Story 6. The Sanctum of Thorn lay in ruins. Ancient stone columns, which had stood undisturbed for a millennium, now lay shattered across the marble floor like fallen titans. Moonlight spilled through the shattered dome above, illuminating wisps of incense still hanging in the air. And the bodies of 12 guardians, their white robes stained crimson, their lifeless eyes fixed upon the empty altar where the twin swords of Thorn had rested since the Age of Awakening. High Priestess Leandra knelt amidst the destruction, her weathered fingers tracing the intricate runes etched into the altar's surface. For 1,000 years, her order had maintained an unbroken vigil over the legendary blades, Dawnbreaker and Nightfall, weapons forged with dragon fire and tempered in the blood of gods, capable of cutting through the fabric of reality itself. "Who would dare?" whispered her apprentice, voice trembling with both fury and fear. "Someone who does not understand what they have stolen," Leandra replied, her voice steady despite the grief weighing upon her ancient shoulders. "Or someone who understands all too well." Rising with unexpected grace for one who had seen 9 decades, the High Priestess crossed to the eastern wall where a tapestry, miraculously untouched by the violence, depicted 2 warriors standing back to back, each wielding one of the twin swords against a shadow that loomed over a burning world. "The prophecy awakens," she murmured. "Send messengers to Solaris and Umbrahaven. The bearers must be found before the thief discovers what they have truly stolen." Ndir, Rowan Lightbringer, stood upon the alabaster battlements of Solaris, her armor gleaming like captured sunlight as dawn broke over the sacred city. Golden spires and crystal domes caught the first rays of morning, transforming the citadel of the Order of Light into a beacon visible for leagues across the verdant plains of the eastern realms. 3 days had passed since her vigil began, 3 days without sleep, without sustenance, without speech, the final trial before her ascension to the rank of Radiant Paladin. For 7 generations, her bloodline had produced the Order's greatest champions, and Rowan had trained since childhood to uphold that legacy. As the sun crested the distant mountains, Master Thaddeus approached, his white beard contrasting sharply with dark skin weathered by decades of service. "Your vigil concludes, aspirant," he announced formally. "What wisdom has the light granted you?" Rowan opened her mouth to recite the traditional response when a searing pain lanced through her right palm. She staggered, nearly falling to her knees as invisible fire traced patterns across her skin. When she unclenched her fist, a symbol had appeared on her palm, two crossed swords surrounded by a circle of ancient runes. Master Thaddeus's eyes widened in shock. "The mark of thorn," he whispered. "After all these centuries." Before Rowan could respond, horns blared from the citadel's main gate. A rider approached, bearing the silver staff of the Sanctum of Thorn. "The twin swords are stolen," Thaddeus said with sudden certainty. "And you, Rowan Lightbringer, have been chosen." Half a continent away, in the perpetual twilight of Umbrahaven, Ash slipped through shadows that seemed to embrace him like old friends. The city's twisted architecture, buildings that appeared to have grown rather than been built, with spires and walkways that defied conventional geometry, created a labyrinth of darkness, perfect for one of his talents. As the finest assassin of the Nightshade Guild, Ash had earned his reputation through silence and precision, not the brutality favored by his peers. Where others left blood-soaked warnings, he left only absence. Targets there one moment, gone the next, as if claimed by the shadows themselves. Tonight's assignment had come from the Guildmaster himself: infiltrate the private library of Lord Vermilion and retrieve a specific scroll sealed with black wax and a silver crescent. Simple enough until the moment Ash's fingers closed around the scroll. Pain erupted in his left palm, driving him to his knees. Biting back a cry that would have alerted the guards, he watched in disbelief as an intricate pattern burned itself into his skin. Twin swords within a circle of unfamiliar runes. The scroll fell from his hand, its seal breaking upon impact. As it unrolled across the marble floor, Ash glimpsed an illustration identical to the mark on his palm. "Fascinating," came a voice from the doorway. "The prophecy chooses its instruments with poetic symmetry." Lord Vermilion stood illuminated by a floating orb of foxfire, his ageless face betraying no surprise at finding an assassin in his private chambers. "I was expecting a thief tonight, though I admit I did not anticipate it would be you, Shadowson." Ash's daggers appeared in his hands with practiced speed. "You know me." "I know what you are," Vermilion replied calmly. "The last descendant of Clan Nightfall, hidden among assassins, unaware of your heritage." He gestured to Ash's marked palm. "Until now." "Speak plainly or die," Ash growled, though uncertainty had begun to erode his customary composure. "The twin swords of Thorn have been stolen after 1,000 years of safekeeping. One of those blades, Nightfall, belonged to your ancestor before it was surrendered to the Sanctum. Its sister blade, Dawnbreaker, was similarly yielded by the forebears of one who now serves the Order of Light." Vermilion's eyes gleamed with an unnerving intensity. "The swords call to their rightful bearers in times of great peril. They have chosen you and one other." The Valley of Whispers lived up to its name. Wind serpentined through ancient rock formations, creating an eerie chorus that sounded almost like voices engaged in urgent, unintelligible conversation. This neutral ground, situated precisely between the territories of Solaris and Umbrahaven, had served as a meeting place for diplomatic envoys for centuries. Today, it witnessed a far less cordial encounter. Rowan arrived at midday, the sun at its zenith illuminating every corner of the valley, leaving nowhere for shadows to gather, or so she believed, until a voice spoke from directly behind her. "The Order's champion arrives punctually. How disappointingly predictable." She whirled, radiant blade drawn in a flash of silver, its edge halting a mere whisper from the throat of a man who seemed more shadow than substance despite the brilliant sunlight. Only his eyes appeared truly solid, amber irises flecked with gold, regarding her with a mixture of amusement and wariness. "Assassin!" she spat, recognizing the distinctive leather armor of the Nightshade Guild. "Has your master sent you to kill me? If that were my purpose, Paladin, we wouldn't be having this conversation." The man raised his left palm, revealing a mark identical to the one Rowan bore on her right hand. "I believe we share an unfortunate connection." Reluctantly, Rowan lowered her weapon. "You bear the mark of thorn. You're the other chosen bearer." "Ash," he offered with a mocking half-bow, "though I'm no more pleased by this arrangement than you appear to be." Before Rowan could respond, the air between them shimmered like heat above summer stone. Reality folded inward, creating an opening through which stepped a woman in robes of deepest azure, High Priestess Lyanndra of the Sanctum of Thorn. "The bearers meet," she observed, her voice echoing strangely in the Whispering Valley. "As it was foretold." "Foretold by whom?" demanded Rowan. "What is this mark? Why have the swords chosen us, enemies by every tradition of our people?" Lyanndra gestured, and the air shimmered again, this time forming images that played out like reflections in disturbed water. Two warriors from ancient times, wielding blades of impossible brightness, a shadow rising behind them, consuming all it touched, a desperate battle, and finally, a ritual in which the warriors surrendered their blades to white-robed guardians. "The twin swords were not always separate," Lyanndra explained. "They were halves of one weapon, reality render, forged before the breaking of the world. When united, they hold power beyond imagining, capable of cutting through the veils between dimensions." "Such a weapon would be invaluable," Ash observed, his assassin's mind calculating possibilities. "Such a weapon nearly destroyed everything," corrected Lyanndra sharply. "In the wrong hands, it opened a pathway for Lord Azarath, the Void Sovereign, to enter our realm. Your ancestors, Lyrian of the Dawn Realm and Thorian of the Shadowlands, were bitter enemies who united only when faced with annihilation. Together, they drove back Azarath and sealed the breach between worlds." "At what cost?" Rowan asked softly, sensing tragedy in the untold portion of the tale. Understanding that the swords together presented too great a temptation, too great a risk, they surrendered them to the newly formed Sanctum of Thorn, with the oath that the blades would remain separate until a time of greatest need. Lyandra's ancient eyes held centuries of guarded knowledge. They also bound their bloodlines to the swords through ancient magic, ensuring that in times of peril, the rightful bearers would be marked. "And now the swords are stolen," Ash concluded, "by someone who doesn't know the danger of uniting them. Or by someone who knows exactly what power they might unleash," Rowan countered, her golden eyes locking with Ash's amber ones. "Someone who seeks to bring back this Lord Azarath." Lyanndra nodded gravely. "The thief left a trail leading northward toward the ruins of Eventide, an ancient site where the veil between dimensions grows thin during celestial alignments." She produced a scroll marked with astronomical charts. "The next such alignment occurs in 7 days." Ash's expression darkened. "Convenient timing for a theft millennia in planning." "We must recover the swords before they can be united at Eventide," Rowan declared, straightening with newfound resolve. "Even if it means working with you." The last word carried generations of distrust. "Your enthusiasm overwhelms me, Paladin," Ash replied dryly, "but it seems our ancestors' feud must be temporarily set aside, if only to prevent the end of all things. The journey to Eventide crosses perilous lands," Lyanndra warned. "Territories unclaimed by either Solaris or Umbrahaven, where ancient magic runs wild and unpredictable. You will need each other to survive." As if to seal their reluctant pact, the marks on their palms pulsed simultaneously, sending tendrils of warmth up their arms. For the briefest moment, Rowan glimpsed fragments of Ash's memories, a childhood in shadow, the weight of secrets, unexpected mercy shown to those deemed innocent. Judging by his startled expression, he had experienced something similar of her past. "The marks connect you," Leandra explained. "As the swords are connected, one cannot exist without the other. Light casts shadow, shadow defines light. Remember this when the path grows darkest." With those cryptic words, the High Priestess stepped backward into another fold in reality, leaving the paladin and the assassin alone in the Whispering Valley. "North, then," Ash said after a long moment of uneasy silence. "To Eventide." "To Eventide," Rowan agreed, "and the recovery of the twin swords." What neither spoke aloud was the question that hung between them, heavy as a storm cloud promising thunder. What would happen when they succeeded? Would they follow their ancestors' wisdom and surrender the blades once more to the sanctum? Or would the power that had tempted so many others throughout history prove too alluring to resist? As they departed the Valley of Whispers, the wind seemed to form words behind them. A fragment of prophecy, perhaps, or merely imagination, given voice by ancient stone. Two blades forged as one, divided by wisdom, united by folly. Bearers of dawn and dusk, children of ancient enemies, must choose between the world's salvation and its doom. For when reality render is whole once more, the void hungers for what lies beyond its edge. The paladin's golden armor and the assassin's shadow-forged leathers caught the light in different ways as they began their journey, one reflecting brightness, the other absorbing it, complementary opposites bound by a common purpose, walking the knife's edge of prophecy toward an uncertain fate. Story 7. Above the endless sea of clouds, where the air grew thin and the stars seemed close enough to touch, floated the majestic city of Ether. Its spires and domes gleamed like pearls in the morning light, connected by delicate bridges that arched between floating islands tethered to massive sky anchors. The city hummed with the gentle whir of windmills that harvested the constant breezes, their sails crafted from the silvery wings of creatures long extinct. From below, Ether appeared as a constellation of light, forever drifting across the heavens. From within, it was a labyrinth of wonder and ancient knowledge. Deep in the heart of this floating marvel, Lyria bent over a manuscript, her quill dancing across the parchment as she copied the words of scholars long dead. As a junior scribe in the public archives, she was entrusted with the preservation of texts deemed suitable for common knowledge. The true treasures of Ether, the books containing wisdom too powerful or dangerous for ordinary minds, were kept elsewhere, in a place she had only heard whispered about during her apprenticeship, the grand repository, the secret library, where only the most trusted scribes and royal scholars were permitted. "Lyri, are you still buried in those dusty scrolls?" A familiar voice broke her concentration. Her younger brother, Finn, stood in the doorway, his 13-year-old frame silhouetted against the luminescent fungi that lit the archive corridors. Despite the 5 years that separated them, they shared the same copper hair and eyes of molten amber, marks of their late mother's bloodline. "Some of us have actual responsibilities," she replied, though her mock sternness was betrayed by the smile tugging at her lips. Since their parents' death in the Great Gale 3 years prior, Finn had been her only family and constant source of both frustration and joy. "Well, your responsibility can wait," he said, practically bouncing with excitement. "I found something incredible." He lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "A hidden door, Lyri, in the east spire, behind the mural of the first ascension." Lyria sighed. Finn had an uncanny knack for finding trouble in Ether's countless nooks and hidden passages. "Finn, you know certain areas are restricted for good reason. The Sky Guard won't know if we're quick," he interrupted. "Come on, don't you want to see what secrets they're keeping? Don't you ever wonder why Mother made us memorize those strange verses before bed? The ones about words having power and guardians of ancient knowledge?" Lyria stiffened. Those bedtime rituals had always seemed like harmless family traditions, peculiar rhymes and exercises in memory and pronunciation. But since her mother's death, she had sometimes woken from dreams where the words seemed to glow upon the page, rearranging themselves into patterns that almost, but never quite, revealed their meaning. "Fine," she conceded, setting her quill aside. "But we look and leave. Nothing more." The hidden door in the east spire opened with surprising ease when Lyria traced the pattern Finn had discovered, a sequence of stars in the mural that, when pressed in the correct order, caused the wall to slide silently inward. Beyond lay a spiraling staircase descending into darkness, illuminated only by the faintest glow of blue light from far below. "See? It's calling to us," Finn whispered, already stepping onto the first stair. As they descended, the air grew heavier, charged with a strange energy that made the hairs on Lyria's arms stand on end. The blue glow intensified, revealing a cavernous chamber lined with thousands of books, but unlike any library Lyria had ever seen. These tomes were not arranged on shelves, but suspended in mid-air, orbiting slowly around a central pedestal where 7 massive books hovered, sealed with chains of light that pulsed like heartbeats. "The Grand Repository," Lyria breathed, awe momentarily overwhelming her caution. "Not quite," came a cultured voice from the shadows. "This is something far more precious and far more dangerous." Lyria pushed Finn behind her as a tall figure emerged from between the floating books. He was perhaps a few years older than her, with aristocratic features and eyes the deep blue of midnight skies. His robes of midnight silk embroidered with silver constellations marked him unmistakably as royalty. "Prince Corvus," Lyria said, dropping into a hasty curtsy. "We didn't mean to trespass. We were just drawn here," he finished for her, his expression unreadable. "Yes, that's how it works. The books call to those who can hear them." His gaze shifted to Finn, who was staring transfixed at one of the floating tomes that had drifted closer, as if beckoning. "Especially those with the gift." "Finn, don't!" Lyria lunged as her brother reached for the hovering book, but she was too late. The moment his fingers brushed the leather binding, the book flared with blinding light. Finn's scream was cut terrifyingly short as his body seemed to dissolve, particles of light streaming into the book's pages. In seconds, where her brother had stood was nothing but empty air, and the book drifted back to join the others, its cover now emblazoned with a title that hadn't been there before: The Tale of Finian, Seeker of Secrets. "No!" Lyria collapsed to her knees, horror and disbelief rendering her momentarily speechless. Prince Corvus knelt beside her, his earlier arrogance replaced by genuine concern. "He's not dead," he said quickly. "His essence has been captured, transformed into a story. It's what this place does. This isn't the Grand Repository, it's the Soulbrary. The books here don't contain knowledge, they contain people." Lyria's mind reeled as she struggled to comprehend. Why would such a place exist? How do I free him? "The why is complicated," Corvus said, helping her to her feet. "As for freeing him, that depends on whether you truly are what I think you are." He studied her intently. "Those verses your mother taught you, they weren't mere rhymes. They were primers, preparing you for your heritage. You come from a line of word guardians, don't you? Those who can unlock the magic in stories." Lyria stared at him in confusion. "I'm just a scribe. My mother was a teacher before the gale took her and my father." Corvus smiled sadly. "A convenient cover. The Guardians have hidden among Ether's scholars for generations, preserving their abilities while the rest of their order was hunted to extinction." He gestured to the 7 chained books at the chamber's center. "Only a Guardian can unlock the 7 sealed books, which contain the knowledge you need to free your brother, and perhaps much more." "Why would you help me?" Lyria asked, suspicion cutting through her grief. "You're of the royal family. If what you say is true, then your ancestors were responsible for hunting my mother's people." A shadow passed over the prince's features. "Because I discovered this place just as you did, drawn by whispers I couldn't ignore. Because I've spent months learning its secrets and the dark truth behind my family's rule. And because," he hesitated, "because the entity that made this library possible is awakening. And if it fully returns, ether will fall from the sky, taking all of us with it." Over the following days, Lyria discovered powers she never knew she possessed. Under Corvus's guidance, she learned to see the magic hidden within written words, glyphs that glowed within a light when she focused her consciousness upon them, revealing layers of meaning invisible to ordinary readers. Each night, they returned secretly to the Soulbrary, where she practiced on simpler books before attempting the complex enchantments that protected the Seven Seals. The Guardians were once the librarians of reality itself, Corvus explained as they worked. They understood that words shape the world, literally. A properly crafted phrase, read with the right intent by one with the gift, can alter the fabric of existence. "And that's why they were hunted?" Lyria asked, carefully tracing a pattern above a floating tome, causing its pages to ripple like disturbed water. Corvus nodded grimly. "My ancestor, Queen Morrigan, feared their power, but she also coveted it. She made a bargain with an entity from the spaces between realities, a being that feeds on stories untold and memories stolen. In exchange for the ability to capture souls in books and extract their knowledge at will, she allowed this entity limited access to our world." Lyria's hands faltered, the book she was examining snapping shut. "The shadow in the deep library chambers that you mentioned?" "Yes. The lexicon umbra, the shadow that devours tales. For centuries it has slumbered, sustained by the slow trickle of souls captured here. But lately it grows restless, hungry for more than the Soulbrary can provide." As Lyria's skills grew, so did her understanding of the seven sealed books. Each contained a fragment of the ritual needed to release a captured soul, but also revealed pieces of a darker truth. The royal family's pact had never been meant to last indefinitely. The lexicon umbra had always intended to fully enter their world, using the Soulbrary as its gateway. On the seventh night, as Lyria prepared to open the final sealed book, the Soulbrary trembled. Books fell from their orbits, pages fluttering like panicked birds. From the deepest recesses of the chamber came a sound like thousands of whispers merging into a single, hunger-filled voice. "It's waking," Corvus said, face pale. "We've disturbed too much, too quickly." "Or perhaps it was always going to happen now," Lyria replied, her voice steadier than she felt. The final book hovered before her, its chains of light pulsing erratically. "This seal, it's different from the others. It's not just protecting knowledge, it's binding something." The original pact, Corvus realized. The terms of the agreement between my ancestor and the lexicon umbra. Lyria placed her hands on the book, calling upon everything she had learned. The chains resisted, then slowly began to unravel, as she spoke words in a language she somehow knew yet had never studied, the primordial tongue of storytellers. The final seal broke with a sound like distant thunder. The book fell open, its pages filling with glowing script that rose into the air, forming a contract written in light. At the same moment, the whispers crescendoed into a roar as darkness boiled from the chamber's depths, a writhing mass of shadows shaped like countless mouths and grasping hands. "The terms," Lyria read aloud, the ancient words translating themselves in her mind. "The shadow feeds on tales untold, but may claim one soul of royal blood when the seventh seal is broken, in exchange for releasing all others." The darkness surged toward them, but instead of engulfing them both, it focused on Corvus, tendrils of shadow wrapping around his limbs. "You knew," Lyria gasped, understanding dawning. You knew all along what breaking the final seal would mean. Corvus smiled sadly. My family made this pact. It's fitting that one of us should end it. Besides, I've lived my entire life as an untold story, the second prince, forgotten in my brother's shadow. Perhaps I'll make a good meal for our friend here. But Lyria wasn't listening anymore. Her eyes had found a clause in the floating contract, words written in the smallest script, nearly hidden between other terms. The shadow may be bound anew if offered freely what it most desires yet cannot take. A tale never written, a memory never formed, a possibility unrealized. Understanding bloomed within her. As a guardian of words, she had power over stories, including those yet untold. Reaching into her own mind, Lyria crafted a tale that had never existed, the story of who she might have become had her parents lived. Had she never discovered her heritage, had ether continued floating peacefully above the clouds for another 1,000 years. She shaped this alternate life with all her skill, filling it with joy and sorrow, triumph and mundanity, all the richness of a life fully lived. Then she offered it to the shadow, not as text upon a page, but as pure potential, a road never traveled. The darkness hesitated, its hold on Corvus weakening as it sensed the offering. Tendrils of shadow reached for Lyria's creation, entranced by this impossible feast, a story that was both real and unreal, existing in perfect quantum uncertainty. Now, Corvus, she shouted. The prince, momentarily freed, lunged for the book containing Finn. As the shadow consumed Lyria's offering, momentarily sated and confused, Corvus spoke the words of release they had discovered in the first 6 seals. Finn's book glowed brilliantly, and a swirl of light coalesced beside them, reforming into the boy's familiar shape. Simultaneously, Lyria slammed shut the 7th book, its chains reforming with new patterns, bindings of her own creation, woven with the power of her gift. The shadow shrieked as it was pulled back into the depths, bound once more, but by terms of Lyria's making, rather than the flawed pact of Corvus's ancestors. You did it, Corvus breathed as the chamber gradually stilled, the books returning to their orbits. You rewrote the pact. Finn, disoriented but unharmed, looked around in wonder. Lyri, what happened? I remember touching a book and then I was words on a page. I could feel someone reading me. Lyria embraced her brother tightly, tears of relief streaming down her face. It's a long story, she said, glancing at Corvus, one we'll need to properly document. Indeed, the prince agreed, but perhaps not in this library. As they ascended the spiral staircase, leaving the soulbrary behind, Lyria knew that her life had irrevocably changed. She was the last of the Word Guardians, with the power to shape reality through story and text. The floating city of ether now held both wonders and dangers she had never imagined. And somewhere in the depths below, bound but not defeated, the lexicon Umbra waited, hungry for the day when stories might once again set it free. Story 8. For as long as memory served, the singing mountains of Harmondale had filled the valley with their melodious hymns, deep, resonant tones that rose and fell like the breath of the earth itself. The sound kept invaders at bay, disorienting those with ill intent while bringing peace to those who dwelled beneath the mountain's protective shadow. Children were lulled to sleep by the gentle nocturnes that echoed through the night, and farmers timed their harvests by the seasonal symphonies that heralded changing weather. But on the morning of the summer solstice, Bram awoke to silence. The young shepherd sat up in his small stone cottage, the wrongness of the quiet settling over him like a shroud. His flock bleated nervously in their pen, sensitive to the unnatural stillness. Bram stepped outside, bare feet pressing against the cool ground, and placed his palm against a boulder near his door, a habit formed in childhood when he first discovered his peculiar gift. "What troubles you, old friend?" he whispered to the stone. Unlike other villagers who heard only the mountain's songs, Bram perceived something deeper, the language of stone itself, ancient and patient. The boulder beneath his fingers usually hummed with subtle vibrations, conveying impressions of deep time and quiet observation. Now it trembled with uncharacteristic agitation, its message fragmented and fearful. Silence. Brothers fallen silent, the heart stolen. Danger awakens below. The village of Stone Hollow stirred to confused life as others noticed the mountain's silence. By midday, the village square filled with anxious faces. Elder Thorn, whose grey beard reached his waist and whose eyes had witnessed 8 decades of Harmondale's seasons, raised his hands for quiet. In the ancient texts, he announced, his voice quavering slightly, it is written that the mountains shall sing until the end of days. Their silence portends great calamity. Whispers rippled through the crowd. A young woman clutched her infant closer. A stonemason crossed his arms, skepticism warring with superstition. What would you have us do, Elder? Someone called. Pray? Flee? Before Thorn could answer, a collective gasp swept through the gathering. Behind the Elder, the air shimmered like heat above summer stone. From this distortion emerged a figure both substantial and translucent, a woman formed of crystalline rock, her features noble and ancient, her body emanating a faint luminescence. I seek the stone speaker, she said, her voice resonating like distant chimes. All eyes turned to Bram, who stood frozen at the edge of the square. Despite his 20 summers, he suddenly felt like a child caught stealing sweets. I am Sonoria, spirit of the eastern peak, the apparition continued, drifting toward Bram. The mountain's song has been silenced. The crystal resonators have been stolen by those who would wake what must not be woken. Bram found his voice at last. What are these resonators? Who has taken them? The 7 crystal resonators were placed within our depths in the age of foundations, when the architects sealed the world render beneath the land. Sonoria's form flickered like a candle in a draught. The Order of Crystal Whisperers has taken them, those who believe the world render is not a destroyer, but a god who will remake creation in greater glory. Elder Thorn stepped forward, leaning heavily on his gnarled staff. The Crystal Whisperers are but a myth, a children's tale. All myths are memories distorted by time, Sonoria replied, her crystalline eyes fixed on Bram. Stone Speaker, you alone can hear our true voice. You must recover the resonators before the new moon, when the alignment will allow the world render's awakening. Before Bram could protest his inadequacy for such a task, Sonoria continued, You will not journey alone. 2 await you at the Whispering Cave, one who carries echoes in vessels and one who walks the paths between tribes. With these words, the mountain spirit dissolved into motes of light that scattered on the breeze, leaving behind a single perfect crystal that fell into Bram's instinctively outstretched hand. Within its facets, images swirled, a map of passages beneath the mountains, routes no surface dweller had walked in generations. The Whispering Cave yawned in the mountainside like a mouth frozen mid-speech, its entrance partially concealed by a waterfall that split around the opening as if by design rather than nature's chance. Bram approached cautiously, the crystal from Sonoria warm in his pocket, his shepherd's crook gripped tightly in his hand. His meager provisions and water-skin bumped against his hip, pathetically inadequate for the journey ahead, but all he'd had time to gather before departing. 2 figures awaited him, as the mountain spirit had promised. The first was a stout, bearded individual who barely reached Bram's chest. Though not old, his face was deeply lined, as if carved by the same forces that shaped the mountains themselves. Glass bottles of various sizes hung from his belt and pack, each containing what appeared to be colored mist. Beside the dwarf stood a woman clad in leather and rough-spun fabric dyed in earthy tones. Her dark hair was braided with beads of amber and bone, and a bow of polished yew rested across her back. The curved blade at her hip marked her as a member of the nomadic Sky Rider clans who traveled the plains beyond the mountains. "The stone speaker arrives," the dwarf said without preamble. "I am Grimly Echokeeper, last archivist of the Deep Archives." "And I am Nara Windwalker," the woman added, her accent confirming her nomadic origins. "Exiled from my tribe for questioning our isolation from the settled lands." Bram introduced himself awkwardly, painfully aware of his simple shepherd's garb and lack of impressive titles. "I'm just a herder of sheep. I don't understand why Sonoria chose me." Grimly's laugh rumbled like distant thunder. "Those who speak with stones are rarer than dragon's teeth, boy. The mountain chose you because you can hear what others cannot, including the resonance of the stolen crystals." From his belt, the dwarf removed a bottle containing swirling silver mist. "I collect echoes, sounds preserved in enchanted vessels. This is the last recording of the mountain's true song." He unstoppered the bottle, and a haunting melody briefly filled the cave before he sealed it again. "With this, you can recognize the resonator's distinctive frequencies. And I know the secret paths between settlements and the ways of staying unseen," Nara added. "The crystal whisperers move in shadow, but none know shadow better than those who must live beyond society's light." Bram felt the weight of their expectations pressing upon him. "Where do we begin?" In answer, Grimly pointed toward the cave's depths. "The entrance to the below awaits. The crystal you carry will guide us, but only you can interpret what it shows." The world beneath the mountains defied comprehension. Caverns, vast enough to contain entire villages, opened unexpectedly after narrow, twisting passages. Underground rivers carved channels through stone of impossible colors, azure, violet, and amber, illuminated by fungi that glowed with bioluminescent light. In certain chambers, crystals resonated with faint tones when Bram passed, responding to his gift in ways that made Grimly's eyes widen with scholarly interest. More wondrous still were the ruins they encountered, remnants of a civilization that had once thrived beneath the surface. Entire cities lay abandoned, their architecture challenging conventional understanding, with buildings that seemed to flow like liquid frozen in time, doorways positioned where no human could comfortably pass, and staircases that spiraled in geometrically impossible patterns. "The architects," Grimly explained, as they rested in what appeared to be an ancient gathering hall. "Not human, not dwarf, not any race still walking the world. They built before history began." "My people speak of the Shapers in our oldest songs," Nara added, carefully filling her waterskin from a crystal-clear underground spring. "Beings who sang the world into form before retreating below when newer races emerged." As they ventured deeper, the crystal map led them to the first of the resonators, a massive formation of blue crystal embedded in the wall of a cathedral-like cavern. Signs of recent excavation surrounded it, and the jagged hollow where the crystal had been forcibly removed left the stone around it, crying out in pain that only Bram could hear. "We're too late," he said, placing his hand on the wounded wall. "They've taken it." But as his fingers touched the stone, images flashed through his mind. Hooded figures carrying the crystal toward a cavern dominated by a massive door inscribed with spiraling runes. The stone remembered those who had violated it, and through its memory, Bram could track them. With each resonator site they visited, Bram's connection to the mountains deepened. The stone spoke more clearly to him, revealing not just the recent theft, but ancient memories of the architects and the terrible conflict that had ended with the imprisonment of the World Render, a primordial titan of such power that its mere movements could shatter continents. At the fourth site, they finally encountered the thieves themselves, robed figures with crystal shards embedded in their flesh, their eyes glowing with fanatical light. The ensuing battle tested their unlikely company. Nara's arrows found their marks with uncanny precision. Grimly unleashed bottled sounds that shattered stone and disoriented their enemies, and Bram, surprising even himself, commanded the very cavern to constrict around the crystal whisperers. One survived, his wounds too severe for escape. As life ebbed from him, he gazed at Bram with disturbing clarity. "You hear them, as we do," the dying cultist whispered. "But you misunderstand. The mountains don't sing to protect, they sing to imprison. The world render is no destroyer. It is revelation incarnate. The world you know is a cage. We seek to break its bars." After the cultist breathed his last, they recovered the resonator he carried, a crystal of deep emerald that hummed with a tone so low it was felt rather than heard. But the victory was hollow. 3 resonators remained unaccounted for, and the new moon approached rapidly. Their journey culminated in a descent into the deepest known reaches of the mountain range. Here the passages bore signs of having been deliberately collapsed and resealed multiple times throughout the millennia, layers of different civilizations' engineering visible in the tunnel walls. The final chamber defied belief. So vast that its ceiling was lost in darkness, it housed a circular platform surrounded by 7 pillars, each designed to hold a resonator crystal. At the chamber's center, visible beneath a transparent section of the floor, lay something that made Bram's blood run cold, a massive eye, larger than a house, frozen open and unblinking beneath a crystalline seal. The crystal whisperers had arrived before them. 3 resonators were already positioned in their pillars, and the cult's leader, a woman whose body was more crystal than flesh, was placing a 4th as they entered. "The stone speaker comes to witness our triumph," she announced without turning. "How appropriate!" The ensuing battle shook the very foundations of the mountain. As Nara and Grimly engaged the remaining cultists, Bram raced for the recovered resonator crystals, which the companions had carried in Grimly's enchanted pack. The stone beneath his feet whispered urgent warnings. The seal was already weakening, the great eye beginning to move beneath its crystal prison. Understanding bloomed within Bram as he placed the first recovered crystal in its pillar. The mountains hadn't been instruments of a prison. They were instruments in the truest sense. The 7 resonators formed a harmonic lock, their combined frequencies creating a seal that contained the world render. The mountain's song was the audible manifestation of this harmonic prison projected to the surface world. With each correctly positioned crystal, the corresponding pillar began to hum, adding its voice to a growing chorus. 4 pillars sang, then 5, as Bram wrestled a crystal from a wounded cultist. The cult leader, seeing her plans unraveling, lunged for the final resonator in Bram's hand. "You would preserve a broken world," she screamed, her crystalline fingers closing around his throat. "The world render will remake creation perfected." As darkness crowded the edges of his vision, Bram felt the stones beneath him surge with desperate energy. The ground heaved, sending the leader staggering backward. With his last strength, Bram slammed the final crystal into its pillar. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. The 7 pillars erupted with light, and a sound more profound than anything Bram had ever experienced resonated through the chamber, through the mountains, through his very being. The harmony was complex beyond human comprehension, the true song of the singing mountains restored to its full glory. Beneath the transparent floor, the great eye widened in what might have been rage or fear, then slowly, inexorably, closed once more as the reinforced seal took hold. 3 days later, Bram stood on a high ridge, watching the sun rise over Harmondale. The mountains sang once more, their melody somehow richer and more complex to his ears now that he understood its purpose. Beside him, Nara adjusted her pack, ready to depart for new horizons. "Will you return to your flock?" she asked, a hint of challenge in her voice. Grimly, cataloguing his bottles of newly collected echoes, glanced up with interest at the question. Bram placed his hand on the stone beneath him, feeling its ancient patience and newfound gratitude flowing through his fingers. The mountains had awakened something within him that could not be returned to dormancy, a deeper understanding of his gift and its purpose. "The mountains have asked me to become their voice," he said, surprising himself with the certainty in his words. "There are other resonators hidden throughout the realm, other seals that may be weakening. The architects left guardians for a reason." Nara smiled, the rising sun illuminating her face. "Then it seems our journey together is just beginning." Grimly sealed his final bottle with a satisfied nod. "There are archives beneath these mountains that have not been read in 10,000 years, knowledge that must be recovered if we are to understand what other dangers may be stirring." Zatu. As the three unlikely companions descended the ridge, the singing mountain's melody swelled around them, a symphony of protection, warning, and ancient promise that echoed across the valley and beyond, into a world where forgotten powers waited, and where stones held memories longer than any living being could comprehend. Story 9. The first island fell at dawn. Aira stood at her cottage window, loom forgotten beneath her trembling fingers, as she watched Sorrel Isle plummet through the eternal mist. One moment it floated serenely among the archipelago's countless islands. The next, the silvery fog that had cradled it for centuries simply dissolved. The distant screams of its inhabitants carried across the void before fading into the impenetrable depths below, where no one had ventured in living memory. In the wake of the fallen island, a perfect circle of clear sky remained, a wound in the tapestry of mist that had been the foundation of their world since time immemorial. "It begins," whispered Grandmother Threya from her rocking chair beside the hearth, "the unraveling." Aira turned to the old woman, whose gnarled hands continued to work the fine silver threads on her small hand loom despite the milky blindness of her eyes. "What begins, Grandmother? What's happening to the mist?" But the old woman merely hummed a melancholy tune, her fingers never pausing in their intricate dance across the weaving. Aira had grown used to her grandmother's cryptic ways since coming to live with her on Mistral Isle 10 years ago, after her parents had been lost in a sky rail accident. The old woman had taught her the ancient art of mist weaving, creating delicate fabrics from threads that seemed to capture the essence of fog and cloud within their fibers. Yet Aira had always suspected there was more to her grandmother's craft than mere textile work. Returning to the window, she gazed out at the archipelago, hundreds of islands of varying sizes, from tiny outcroppings that hosted nothing but wild cloudberry bushes to massive landmasses supporting entire cities, all suspended in the silvery mist that extended as far as the eye could see. Sky rails connected the larger islands, with gondolas ferrying people and goods between them. The closest neighboring island, Glimmerrock, now showed signs of distress. Its mist anchor, a massive crystalline spire that plunged into the fog below, flickered with unstable light. "It's not just Sorrel Isle," Aira said, watching as the mist around Glimmerrock thinned visibly. "The mist is dissipating everywhere." When Grandmother Threya remained silent, Aira approached her loom once more. The half-finished tapestry depicted swirling patterns that reminded Aira of the mist outside their window, though woven with such skill that they seemed to move on the fabric. Acting on instinct rather than thought, Aira's fingers brushed across the warp and weft, adjusting threads and sensing, rather than seeing, how they should align. The pattern shifted subtly under her touch, and as it did, Aira felt a peculiar resonance, as if she had plucked the string of an instrument, and felt rather than heard its vibration. Outside the window, the mist around Glimmerrock's anchor suddenly thickened, stabilizing its erratic glow. Grandmother Threya's blind eyes somehow found Aira's face. "So you've discovered it at last," she said, her voice holding neither surprise nor alarm. "The true nature of our craft." Before Era could respond, the cottage door burst open. 3 figures clad in polished silver armor strode in, their faces hidden behind visors shaped like soaring birds of prey. The Silver Knights of the High Council, enforcers of order throughout the archipelago. "Era Mistweaver," announced their leader, her voice echoing metallically through her helmet. "You are charged with unnatural manipulation of the sacred mist. The Council has detected unauthorized alterations to the ethereal flow surrounding Glimmerrock. You will come with us for questioning." Ira's heart thundered in her chest. "I don't understand." "Your grandmother's reputation has protected you thus far," interrupted the knight. "But with islands falling, the Council can no longer ignore the rumors of forbidden practices in this cottage." She gestured to her companions, who moved to flank Era. "Witchcraft is punishable by exile below." "She knows nothing!" Grandmother Threa rose suddenly, her frail form somehow imposing despite her years. "The gift has only just awakened in her." The knight turned toward the old woman. "Then you admit to training her in the forbidden arts?" "Your confession is noted," Threa cloudweft. Ira's mind reeled. The silver-armored knights had always been figures of distant authority, maintaining order among the islands, but rarely interfering in daily life. Why would they consider her simple, weaving a threat, especially now when the archipelago faced a greater danger? As if summoned by her thoughts, a tremor shook their small cottage. Outside, the mist around Mistral Isle itself had begun to thin alarmingly. "Enough!" declared the lead knight. "We must return to the Council before this isle shares Sorrel's fate." "You fools!" Grandmother Threa hissed. "Would you condemn us all with your ignorance? The mist doesn't fail by chance. It fails because the weavers who maintained it have been hunted to near extinction by your Council." The knight stiffened. "Heresy! The sacred mist is the breath of the sky gods, not some textile to be manipulated by mortal hands." Before the argument could escalate, the cottage window exploded inward in a shower of glass and splintered wood. A massive hook, attached to a chain, embedded itself in the stone floor, followed by a figure swinging through the opening. A man clad in battered leather armor, his face weathered by sun and wind, a scar running from temple to jaw on his left side. "Time to go, old friend," he said to Grandmother Threa, ignoring the knights as if they were mere furniture. "Mournfall Isle has already begun its descent." The knights drew their blades, elegant rapiers that gleamed with a pale blue light, but the intruder moved with startling speed for his bulk. A swirling cloak the color of thunderclouds enveloped the nearest knight, and when it settled, the armored figure stood frozen, encased in a thin shell of ice. "Thorn!" Grandmother Threa exclaimed with something like exasperated affection. "Always the dramatic entrance." The man called Thorn grinned, revealing a chipped canine tooth. "Would you expect anything less?" His eyes, the amber of autumn leaves, found Era. "This is the girl, the one you wrote about." "Yes," the old woman confirmed, "and her gift has awakened just in time, it seems." The lead knight lunged at Thorn, her rapier tracing a deadly arc through the air, but the man sidestepped with casual grace, drawing his own weapon, a broad cutlass with strange, shifting runes etched along its blade. "We don't have time for this, Captain Silverwing," Thorn said as their weapons met with a shower of sparks. "Unless you want Mistral Isle to be the third to fall today." As if emphasizing his words, another violent tremor shook the cottage, sending clay pots crashing from shelves. Through the broken window, Era could see the mist receding like an outgoing tide, exposing the crystalline anchor spire that tethered Mistral Isle to whatever lay below. Grandmother Threa seized Era's wrist with surprising strength. "Take my loom," she commanded, pressing the small frame into Era's hands. "Find the 5 ancient tears, only they can repair what has been undone." I don't understand any of this, Ira protested, even as she instinctively cradled the loom. You will, the old woman assured her. The knowledge is in your blood, just as it was in your mother's. She turned to Thorn, who had backed the Knight Captain against the wall. Get her to Veilgate. I will follow when I can. Thorn nodded grimly, then withdrew a small glass sphere from his belt. He smashed it against the floor, releasing a dense cloud that instantly filled the cottage. Ira felt his calloused hand close around her arm, pulling her toward the window. Wait, she cried. Grandmother! Go, child, came the old woman's voice through the fog. The fate of the archipelago depends on it. Before Ira could protest further, Thorn had swept her onto his back and leaped from the window. Her scream died in her throat as she realized they weren't falling. They were gliding along a nearly invisible thread of mist that stretched from Mistral Isle to a smaller island, perhaps half a league distant. Mist walking, Thorn explained over his shoulder as they sped along the ethereal path. One of the many arts your kind perfected before the council decided such talents were too dangerous to exist. My kind. Ira clutched the small loom to her chest, her other arm wrapped tightly around Thorn's neck. The Destiny Weavers, he replied. Those born with the ability to manipulate the mist that forms the foundation of our world. Not just weavers of cloth, but weavers of reality itself. Behind them, shouts of alarm rose from the cottage, followed by the distinctive sound of silver whistles, the knights calling for reinforcements. But Thorn moved with the confidence of long practice, guiding them swiftly along mist paths invisible to Ira's untrained eye. As they reached the smaller island, little more than a rocky outcropping with a few wind-twisted trees, Thorn finally slowed, allowing Ira to slide from his back onto solid ground. Her legs trembled from the ordeal, and her mind raced with questions. "Who are you?" she demanded. "What's happening to the islands? And why does the council think I'm responsible?" Thorn's weathered face softened slightly. "I'm an old friend of your grandmother's, one of the few who still remembers the truth about the Destiny Weavers. As for what's happening..." He gestured to the archipelago spread before them, where at least a dozen islands now showed signs of mist thinning. The balance is failing. The great pattern unravels. What pattern? What balance? The mist isn't natural, Era. It's woven, an intricate tapestry of reality created long ago by the first weavers to save what remained of the world after the cataclysm. Thorn's eyes reflected the fading light as the sun began to set behind the Western Islands. For centuries, weavers like your grandmother maintained it, making subtle adjustments when needed. But the council, fearing powers they couldn't control, began hunting them 3 generations ago. He pointed to the small loom in Era's hands. That is no ordinary weaving tool. It's attuned to the great pattern. Through it, a skilled weaver can manipulate the very fabric of our reality. Era stared at the seemingly simple wooden frame, now seeing the intricate runes carved along its edges, the unusual silvery quality of its threads. When she touched them, she again felt that strange resonance, as if the threads connected to something vast and complex beyond her perception. There are 5 greater looms, the ancient tiers, Thorn continued, hidden throughout the archipelago. Together, they can repair the damage to the pattern and stabilize the mist, but they've been unused for so long that finding them won't be easy. In the distance, silver-hulled airships had launched from the Council's fortress on Crown Isle, their searchlights sweeping across the intervening mist, hunting. "And we'll be pursued every step of the way," Ira concluded, a strange calm settling over her despite the danger. Her fingers traced the patterns on her grandmother's loom, and she felt something respond. Not just the mist around their small island, but threads of possibility branching outward like a vast, invisible web. Thorn watched her with a mixture of hope and wariness. "There's something else you should know about destiny weaving. Each pattern you create alters more than just the present. It ripples backward, changing subtle aspects of the past. Era's hands froze above the loom. I can change the past. Not dramatically. The greater the change you attempt, the greater the resistance from the pattern itself. But small adjustments, yes. His expression grew troubled, which is why some believe the island's fall is not a failure of the mist, but a correction, the pattern attempting to realign with a reality that should have been. You're saying the islands were never meant to float? That our entire world is wrong? Thorn's gaze drifted to the impenetrable depths below the mist, the unknown that all islanders had been raised to fear. I'm saying that when you learn to truly weave destiny, you may face a terrible choice: save the floating islands or restore the world to what it was meant to be. As night fell across the archipelago, Ira clutched the loom that connected her to powers she barely understood. In the distance, her home on Mistral Isle still stood, though surrounded by thinning mist. Beyond it, the silver ships of the Council drew ever closer, their lights piercing the gathering darkness like accusing eyes. "We should go," Thorn said gently. "The first tiara waits on Storm-Wheeled Isle, if the old maps still hold true." Ira nodded, rising to her feet with new determination. She was no longer just a simple weaver from Mistral Isle, but the inheritor of an ancient and feared tradition, one that might either save their world or prove that it never should have existed at all. As Thorn led her to another invisible mist path, Ira felt the threads of destiny shift around her, responding to her newfound awareness. Whatever lay ahead, whether hunting for ancient looms, evading silver nights, or confronting the truth about their floating world, she knew that with each step, she wove not just her own fate, but the fate of the entire archipelago. Story 10. In the kingdom of Ostera, death was not the end of service. The palace of crystalline memory rose from the central hill of the capital like an impossible garden of glass and stone. Sunlight refracted through its translucent walls, casting rainbow patterns across the surrounding city. Light that originated not from the architecture itself, but from the countless crystallized bones embedded within its structure. For in Ostera, when the worthy died, their remains transformed, flesh falling away as bone transmuted into living crystal, capturing the essence of the deceased within its facets. These luminous remains were then added to the tribunal of bones, where the wisdom of ancestors continued to guide the living. The most honored were placed in the grand chamber, forming a vast, gleaming council that had advised kings and commoners alike for generations. It was into this sacred responsibility that Alaric stepped, his ceremonial grey robes still stiff with newness, the weight of the silver listener's pendant heavy around his neck. The cold marble floor chilled his bare feet as he approached the dais where Master Thorn had stood for 40 years before his murder 3 days prior. "I am not ready," Alaric whispered to the empty chamber, his voice echoing among the thousands of crystallized remains that lined the walls, shelves, and ceiling in cascading arrangements of subtle, glowing beauty. A gentle hum rose in response, the collective acknowledgement of the dead, vibrating through the crystals until the entire chamber resonated with their greeting. "No listener ever is," came a voice from behind him. Alaric turned to find Lord Castellan Varius standing in the doorway, his imposing figure silhouetted against the morning light. The most powerful man in Ostera after the king himself, Varius had been staunchly opposed to Alaric's appointment, arguing that a mere scribe's apprentice lacked the lineage and training to assume such a hallowed role. "The ceremony begins at sundown," Varius continued, his voice betraying no emotion. "The king expects the tribunal's counsel regarding the drought in the western provinces. Do you believe yourself capable of interpreting their wisdom so soon, boy?" Alaric straightened his shoulders. The crystals choose their listener, my lord, not the council, not the king, not even you. A flicker of something, anger, fear, crossed Varius's stern features before his mask of indifference returned. Indeed, how fortunate that they chose you, of all people, immediately after Thorn's accident. The word hung in the air between them. No one in the capital believed Master Thorn's death had been accidental. The old listener had been found at the base of the Whispering Stair, his neck broken, his listener's pendant missing. That same pendant now rested against Alaric's chest, discovered in his quarters the morning after, a discovery that would have led to his immediate execution had the crystals not begun to sing the moment the guards dragged him into the tribunal chamber. The song of selection, not heard in Ostera for 4 decades, had saved Alaric's life and elevated him to a position of extraordinary influence. A position someone had tried to deny him by framing him for murder. "If you'll excuse me, Lord Castellan," Alaric said with careful neutrality, "I must prepare for the ceremony." After Varius departed, Alaric approached the central crystal formation, a spiraling column of ancient remains belonging to the founders of Ostera. As he had been taught during his years as Thorn's assistant, he placed his palm against the cool, smooth surface and opened his mind to their whispers. The voices came slowly at first, then with gathering strength. Hundreds, then thousands of distinct murmurs overlapping like waves upon a shore. Without the listener's pendant to focus them, the experience would drive a person to madness within minutes. Even with it, new listeners often required months to distinguish individual voices from the chorus. But Alaric had always heard them differently. Even as a child, before Thorn discovered his gift and took him as an apprentice, he had heard the crystals singing from across the city. It was why Master Thorn had chosen him despite his common birth, and perhaps why someone had wanted Thorn silenced. Through the cacophony, one voice gradually emerged stronger than the others. Thorn himself, his essence now preserved within a small crystalline formation on a nearby pedestal, added to the tribunal the day after his death. Alaric, the familiar voice resonated within his mind. "Danger surrounds you. The oldest crystals are being destroyed." Alaric's eyes snapped open. "Destroyed? How? By whom?" "I discovered patterns, disappearances, the oldest members of the tribunal systematically removed over decades. I confronted..." The voice faded, the connection weakening. "Confronted who, Master?" Alaric pressed his hand more firmly against the crystals, but Thorn's voice had receded back into the chorus. A soft sound behind him, the whisper of fabric against stone, was his only warning. Alaric dropped to the floor as something whistled through the air where his head had been. He rolled, coming face to face with a hooded figure clutching a curved obsidian blade. The assassin lunged again. Alaric scrambled backward, his ceremonial robes tangling around his legs. His back hit the central crystal column, leaving him nowhere to retreat. As the black blade descended, a blinding flash of emerald light burst from the nearest crystal shelf. The assassin screamed, dropping the knife to clutch at eyes suddenly blinded. The wall of crystals behind the attacker rippled like water, and a spectral hand, composed of luminous green energy, emerged to grasp the assassin's throat. "Behind you!" Alaric shouted as a second hooded figure appeared from the shadows, this one wielding a crystalline hammer that glowed with malevolent purpose. The hammer swung not at Alaric, but at the ancient crystals. Upon impact, an agonized wail filled the chamber as cracks spread through the oldest formation. Souls that had guided Ostera for centuries splintered and went dark. Without thinking, Alaric lunged for the hammer wielder, driven by an instinct to protect the ancestors. His pendant flared with silver light as he moved, and suddenly the air around him thickened with translucent forms, the spectral manifestations of the tribunal's dead, responding to their listeners' desperate need. The assassins fled, but not before the second attacker locked eyes with Alaric. In that brief moment, He recognized the cold gaze of Lady Morvain, head of the royal treasury and Lord Varius's closest ally. "You require protection beyond what the palace guards can provide," said the woman seated across from Alaric in his private study. 3 days had passed since the attack, and the Festival of Souls, Ostera's most sacred holiday, was only 4 days hence. Moira Blackthorn made an unlikely protector. Her dark clothing was worn and patched, her hair a wild tangle of midnight curls streaked with premature silver. The kingdom's laws against necromancy had forced her kind to the fringes of society, yet her ability to see the secrets recorded in mortal remains made her uniquely qualified to help unravel the conspiracy. "I can protect myself," Alaric insisted, though the tremor in his hands as he poured their tea betrayed his fear. "The crystals respond to me." The same crystals being systematically destroyed. Moira arched a skeptical eyebrow. Lady Morvain's attack was clumsy, born of desperation. The next will be more carefully planned. Alaric couldn't argue with that logic. Since becoming listener, he had discovered disturbing gaps in the tribunal's oldest sections, spaces where crystals had been removed so carefully that their absence wasn't immediately apparent. Master Thorn's final warning had merely confirmed what the empty spaces suggested. Someone had been eliminating the oldest members of the tribunal for decades. "Why?" Alaric asked, more to himself than to Moira. What could the oldest crystals know that would be worth committing such sacrilege? Moira's dark eyes gleamed with interest. "Perhaps we should ask them directly." That night, under the cover of darkness, they descended to the lowest level of the tribunal, a seldom visited chamber where the kingdom's founders rested. The air here felt different, heavy with age and power. The crystals glowed with a deeper, more purposeful light, their surfaces etched with ancient script no modern scholar could fully translate. Moira moved with surprising reverence among the ancient remains. Though necromancy was forbidden in Ostera, her talent was undeniable. She could read the memories in bone as easily as Alaric read the whispers in crystal. "Here," she finally said, stopping before a formation that pulsed with amber light. "This one has been damaged, but not destroyed. It's trying to communicate something." Alaric approached, pendant in hand. As he touched the ancient crystal, images flooded his mind, not the usual whispers of guidance, but vivid scenes from Ostera's founding. He saw a battlefield strewn with fallen warriors, a ritual performed under a blood-red moon, and at the center of it all, a colossal being neither human nor divine, bound beneath what would become the capital city. "The god below," he gasped, the forbidden name slipping from his lips before he could stop it. Moira's eyes widened. The deity erased from Osteran history, the one whose very name is prohibited. The crystal pulsed more urgently, and Alaric saw the truth with horrifying clarity. Ostera had not been founded as a kingdom of enlightenment where the dead guided the living. It had been built as a prison, a massive seal to contain an ancient power. The crystallization of bones, the creation of the tribunal, all of it designed not to preserve wisdom, but to maintain the binding spell through the concentrated focus of thousands of souls. And someone was systematically weakening that seal. "The Festival of Souls," Alaric whispered, the final piece falling into place. "When all the crystals sing together, when the barrier between life and death is thinnest." "That would be the moment to break the seal completely," Moira finished, her face pale in the crystal light. The night of the festival arrived, with a sky ablaze with stars, as if the heavens themselves had transformed into crystal. Throughout the capital, citizens placed memorial crystals, small fragments from their own ancestors, in windowsills and doorways, creating a city that glittered with remembrance. At the heart of it all, the Tribunal of Bones prepared for its annual chorus. Thousands would gather in the plaza below to hear the harmonized wisdom of their ancestors, a tradition meant to renew the bond between the living and the dead. Alaric stood on the central balcony, the listener's pendant gleaming against his ceremonial black robes. Below he could see Lord Varius and Lady Morvain positioned at precise points around the plaza, points that, when connected, would form the ancient binding sigil he had discovered in the oldest crystal memories. They weren't trying to break the seal, he realized with sudden clarity. They were trying to commandeer it, to redirect its power from containment to control. The chorus began as the moon reached its zenith. Thousands of crystals throughout the tribunal resonated in harmony, their song echoing across the capital. Alaric raised his hands as tradition dictated, serving as conduit between the dead and the living. But instead of merely listening, he began to speak, reciting the true history of Ostera that the oldest crystals had revealed to him. With each word, the chorus shifted, ancient voices rising above the rest as the original binding spell reasserted itself. Varius's face contorted with fury. He raised a crystalline scepter, an artifact Alaric had never seen before, and pointed it at the tribunal. Dark energy crackled around it, disrupting the chorus and sending shards of pain through Alaric's mind as connections to the ancestral crystals began to shatter. Moira emerged from the shadows behind Varius, a vial of swirling green energy in her hand, essence extracted from the remains of Master Thorn with his willing participation. She smashed it against the scepter, creating a backlash of power that knocked Varius to his knees. The chorus faltered, then strengthened as Alaric poured his own life force into the pendant, offering himself as anchor for the spell. The crystals blazed with renewed purpose, and for a brief, transcendent moment, he saw through the eyes of every ancestor who had ever joined the tribunal. Witnessed the unbroken chain of guardians who had maintained the seal through generations of vigilance. The god below stirred in its ancient prison, sensing opportunity in the disruption, but the combined will of thousands of crystallized souls pushed it back into slumber. The binding held, strengthened rather than broken by the conspirators' attempt to corrupt it. When dawn broke over Ostera, the Tribunal of Bones gleamed with renewed luster. Lord Varius and his conspirators had been taken into royal custody, their plot to harness the power of the god below exposed. The oldest crystals, though fewer in number than before the conspiracy began, shone with particular brightness, as if satisfied that their long guardianship continued. Alaric stood in the grand chamber, his role as listener forever transformed by the knowledge now in his keeping. The crystals whispered around him, not just with wisdom for daily concerns, but with the vigilant reminder of their true purpose. Moira joined him, her status as necromancer now overlooked in light of her service to the kingdom. "Will you tell them?" she asked, gesturing to the city beyond the crystal walls. "Will you reveal what truly lies beneath their feet?" Alaric gazed at the thousands of gleaming remains, ancestors who had carried the secret burden for centuries, allowing their descendants to live in peace. He touched the listener's pendant, feeling the weight of responsibility it represented. "Not all truths are meant for all ears," he said finally, "but neither will I allow the secret to fade from memory again. Each listener who follows me will know the true purpose of the tribunal, to guard not just our future with wisdom, but our present with eternal vigilance." Around them, the crystals hummed in agreement, their whispers forming a chorus of approval that resonated through the chamber like the breath of a living thing, a reminder that in Ostera, death was not the end of service, but the beginning of a greater purpose. Story 11. The sea turned crimson at dawn on the longest day of summer. Fishermen of Porto Veloz, who had sailed these waters for generations, drew their boats to shore as the tide rolled in. A tide not of familiar blue-green, but of vermilion that stained the white sands like spilled wine. Within the scarlet waves writhed creatures never before seen. Translucent eels with glowing spines, crabs bearing shells marked with sigils that seemed to shift when observed directly, and silver fish whose scales formed patterns resembling ancient script. Maren Stormborn, youngest captain of the fishing fleet, watched from the harbour wall as village elders gathered to debate this ominous sign. His weathered hands, calloused from years of hauling nets, clutched a small amulet of polished abalone, a charm against sea curses passed down from his grandfather. Beneath the protective gesture lay a deeper fear, one he dared not speak aloud. His wife Ilara had given birth the previous night, and as the red tide touched shore, their son had drawn his first breath. A breath followed by a most unnatural sound. Not a newborn's wail, but a melodious trill that had caused the midwife to drop her scissors and flee the cottage. When Maren had finally gathered courage to approach the birthing bed, Ilara had turned to him with tears tracking silvery paths down her flushed cheeks. She had pulled back the swaddling cloth to reveal the infant's perfect form, marred only, if one could call it a mar, by a pattern of fine, iridescent scales that trailed from behind each ear down the sides of his neck and disappeared beneath his collarbones. "What have we brought into this world?" she had whispered, her voice simultaneously fearful and fiercely protective. Now, as the elders' debate grew more heated, shouts drew Maren's attention to the northern end of the beach. A crowd had gathered around a young mother whose toddler had wandered into the crimson shallows. The child splashed joyfully, seemingly unharmed by waters that caused adults to recoil with burning skin. When the frantic woman finally retrieved her son, those closest gasped at the sight of delicate scale patterns forming around the boy's wrists, identical to those Maren had discovered on his own child. "It's just like the stories," murmured old Karina, who had appeared beside Maren unnoticed. The village's keeper of tales fixed him with her milky, half-blind gaze. "The return of the sea serpent's brood. Children's tales," Maren replied, though his hand tightened around the amulet. "All tales begin in truth," the crone replied. Her gnarled fingers closed around his wrist with surprising strength. "Your son. He bears the mark as well, doesn't he? I can see the truth in your eyes, Stormborn." Before Maren could respond, Elder Thorn's voice boomed across the harbour. "Any child touched by the crimson waters must be brought to the temple for examination." His proclamation sent a wave of murmurs through the gathering. The old texts speak of the sea fever, a contagion that turns men into servants of the deep. We must determine if these marks are a sign of corruption. Terror gripped Maren's heart. The temple healers, for all their knowledge of herbal remedies and bone setting, were known for their harsh treatment of anything deemed unnatural. Tales still circulated of the burning of the Gill child 3 generations past. "Go to the submerged temple," old Karina whispered urgently. "Seek Narissa of the Pearl Eyes. She remembers the old covenant." "The submerged temple is a myth," Maren hissed, though even as the words left his mouth, he recalled his grandfather's ramblings about a sanctuary beneath the waves where humans once communed with the sea folk. "All myths begin in truth," the crone repeated with a knowing smile. "Take your family and go tonight before the elders come searching. Follow the path of the 7 Sisters' stones beyond the southern reef. When the moonlight touches the 7th stone, dive beneath it. If your son truly bears the serpent's blessing, the way will open for you." That night, beneath a moon full and heavy as a pearl, Maren guided his small fishing boat past the southern reef. Ilara sat in the stern, cradling their newborn, whom they had named Caspian. The babe's eyes reflected the moonlight with an unnatural luminescence, and the scale patterns on his neck seemed to shimmer with their own inner light. "Are we fools to trust an old woman's tales?" Ilara whispered, her voice barely audible above the gentle lapping of waves against the hull. "Perhaps," Maren admitted, but less foolish than to trust Thorn and his temple healers. He squinted ahead, where 7 spires of stone rose from the water like the spines of some enormous beast. There, the 7 sisters. As they approached, the moon crested directly overhead, casting its silver light upon the largest stone. The water around the formation began to glow with an unearthly blue radiance, revealing an underwater pathway spiraling downward. "How can we follow?" Elara asked, clutching Caspian tighter. "We cannot breathe water." As if in answer to her question, Caspian squirmed in her arms, his tiny hands reaching toward the glowing depths. To their astonishment, a bubble of air began to form around their boat, expanding until it enclosed them completely. "The path opens for him," Maren whispered in awe, as their vessel began to descend of its own accord, following the spiraling light into the depths. They passed through gardens of luminescent coral shaped like palatial towers, schools of fish with scales of gold and silver that moved in formations resembling written script, and finally through an archway formed by the entwined bodies of 2 massive stone serpents, their eyes set with pearls that seemed to watch the visitors' passage. The bubble carried them into an immense underwater chamber where, impossibly, the sea parted to form walls and ceiling of liquid, while the floor remained dry stone, inlaid with mother-of-pearl mosaics, depicting humans and sea creatures in harmonious congress. At the chamber's center stood a woman, or something with a woman's form, her skin pale as foam, her hair a flowing cascade of sea green that moved as if still underwater. Most striking were her eyes, not human eyes at all, but solid, luminescent pearls that gleamed with inner knowledge. "Welcome, child of the serpent, and those who bore him into the world," she said, her voice melodious as waves upon a shore. "I am Narissa, keeper of the covenant." "What covenant?" Maren demanded, placing himself protectively between this strange being and his family. "What is happening to our son, to all the children of Porto Veloz?" Narissa glided forward, her movements fluid, as if she remained part of the sea itself. "Look upon the walls of the temple, and you shall understand." The liquid walls rippled, then resolved into moving images, an ancient civilization where humans and sea folk lived in harmony, great cities half above, half below the waves, and watching over all, a colossal serpent with scales that shimmered with every color imaginable. "Once, your kind and mine shared the bounty of both worlds," Narissa explained. "The great serpent of the deep, Nith, blessed our union and protected all who dwelled within her domain. But then came the sundering. The images shifted, showing warfare between the races. Sea folk dragged ashore and slaughtered, humans pulled beneath the waves to drown. Great machines of war belched smoke into skies that darkened with storms, while the waters churned with blood. When the destruction threatened to consume both realms, the wisest from each side forged a pact. The worlds would separate. Land dwellers would forget the sea folk, and we would retreat to the deepest trenches. Only Nith, the great serpent, would maintain the balance, sleeping coiled around the foundations of the world. Narissa approached Caspian, who cooed and reached for her with tiny hands. Every 7 generations, when Nith stirs in her slumber, the boundary between worlds thins. Children are born who belong to both realms, marked by the serpent, capable of breathing water as easily as air, destined to renew the pact through ritual communion. "And the red tide?" Elara asked, her protective stance softening as she witnessed Caspian's delight in Narissa's presence. "The blood of Nith released as she shifts in her sleep," Narissa replied. "It transforms those who already carry the potential within their bloodline, descendants of the original unions between our peoples." Maren's mind reeled with implications. So our son, the other children, they're meant to perform some ritual to maintain this separation between worlds. Nerissa's pearl eyes seemed to cloud momentarily. That was the original purpose of the covenant, yes. Something in her tone made Maren suspicious. But you believe it should be different. A ripple of emotion crossed Nerissa's otherworldly features. For 7 cycles, I have guided the children of Nith to renew the covenant of separation. For 7 cycles I have watched the sea folk dwindle, retreating ever deeper as humans poison the waters and harvest its creatures without understanding. She gestured, and the liquid walls showed new images: dying coral reefs, nets full of gasping fish, sea folk with withered limbs and clouded eyes. The balance fails. The separation no longer protects. It dooms us to slow extinction. "What would you have us do?" Ilara asked, unconsciously holding Caspian closer. "The children born of both worlds have power beyond merely renewing the old pact," Nerissa said, her voice taking on a new intensity. "Together, they could reawaken Nith fully. Her rising would cleanse the waters and reclaim much of the land. Flood the coastal cities," Maren translated, horror dawning. "Drown thousands." "Return what was taken," Nerissa corrected, though she did not deny his interpretation. "Restore balance." A new voice spoke from the shadows at the chamber's edge. "She speaks of vengeance, not balance." From an archway emerged another seafolk figure, elderly by their standards, his pearl eyes clouded with age, his once green hair faded to the white of sea foam. Nerissa forgets that the covenant was made to save both worlds, not to privilege one over the other. "Elder Malis," Nerissa acknowledged, her tone respectful but edged with frustration. "Your caution has allowed the land dwellers to push us to the brink of extinction. And your rashness would trigger a war that would destroy both peoples," the elder countered. He turned to Maren and Ilara. "The children are indeed key to our survival, but not through destruction. They represent what we once were and could be again, beings of both realms, bridges between worlds." Caspian chose that moment to reach toward the elderly sea dweller, emitting the same melodious trill they had heard at his birth. Elder Malis's eyes widened. "The song of communion," he whispered. "Not heard since the last cycle." His gaze met Maren's. "Your son bears not just the mark of Nith, but her voice as well. He could call to the other children, unite them in purpose, whether for renewal or destruction." Maren looked between the two sea folk, understanding the choice that lay before them. "You speak of destiny and ancient pacts, but what of my son's right to choose his own path? What of the other children marked by the serpent?" Nerissa's expression hardened. "Choice is a luxury we cannot afford. Already the Council of Porto Veloz plans to isolate the marked children, perhaps worse. Those who fear what they do not understand rarely choose mercy." "Then help us understand," Ilara said suddenly, her voice stronger than Maren had ever heard it. She stood, holding Caspian before her like an offering. "Not just us, but all of Porto Veloz. Show them what you've shown us. Let them see the truth of our shared history." Elder Malis nodded slowly. "The covenant permits such revelation in times of great need. Perhaps it is time for a new pact. Not separation, not conquest, but remembrance and renewal." Nerissa seemed about to object, but Caspian trilled again, the sound echoing through the chamber with unexpected power. The liquid walls rippled in response, and the pearl eyes of the sea folk brightened, as if in recognition. "The serpent's voice has spoken," Elder Malis said with finality. "The child chooses the path of communion." Dawn broke over Porto Veloz to reveal an astonishing sight. The crimson tide had receded, but in its place, a pathway of gleaming blue light stretched from the shore to the horizon. Along its length, children with scale markings stood hand in hand, Some newborns carried by parents, others old enough to walk on their own, forming a living bridge between land and sea. At the head of this extraordinary procession stood Maren and Ilara, with Caspian held between them. Behind them gathered the villagers of Porto Veloz, their fear transformed to wonder as Nerissa, Elder Milis, and a delegation of sea folk emerged from the waves, their pearl eyes gleaming in the morning light. And beneath them all, visible through the suddenly transparent waters, coiled the vast, majestic form of Nith, the great serpent, not fully awakened but stirring with awareness, as the children of two worlds sang the song of communion that would forge a new covenant. Not of separation, not of conquest, but of remembrance, respect, and the promise of a shared future. Caspian, youngest of the serpent's children, raised his tiny hands toward the sea and sky, his scales gleaming with the same iridescent light that now danced between the waters and the heavens, a light that spoke of ancient magic renewed and a world made whole once more. Story 12. The sun fell at midnight, a perfect golden sphere no larger than a child's ball, trailing fire across the obsidian sky before crashing into the frozen wasteland. Where it touched the earth, ice sublimated instantly into vapor, creating a ghostly halo around the glowing orb that pulsed with gentle warmth amidst the bitter cold of the frost reach. Seren watched from the ridge, her breath clouding before her face, silver eyes reflecting the fallen sun's light. The tribal markings etched across her cheeks, intricate swirls of deep indigo that marked her as a sun hunter of the Northwind clan, seemed to shimmer with anticipation. 3 moons had passed since the last sunfall, and her people's reserves of warmth and light had dwindled dangerously. "Not a moment too soon," murmured her companion. An ancient man wrapped in layers of fur and leather, his face a roadmap of wrinkles carved by decades of harsh northern winds. Old Thorn had taught Serene everything she knew about tracking and harvesting the fallen stars. This one's small, but it should sustain the clan through the long dark. Seren nodded, though doubt gnawed at her. The suns had been growing smaller with each passing season, as if the sky itself was becoming reluctant to share its bounty. Once, according to the elders' tales, the fallen suns had been massive enough to thaw entire valleys, transforming barren tundra into verdant meadows for decades before their energy waned. Now, they barely provided enough warmth to keep a single clan alive through the winter. The pair descended carefully down the ridge, their trained eyes scanning for signs of Imperial scouts. Since the rise of the Phoenix dynasty in the Central Empire 5 years prior, competition for the fallen stars had turned deadly. The ancient accords that had governed the sharing of sunfall bounties for generations had been cast aside, replaced by imperial decree. All suns belonged to the Emperor, to be collected and distributed according to his divine will. In practice, this meant that the Empire's heartlands basked in perpetual light and warmth, while distant realms like the Frost Reach were left to freeze in darkness. "Movement to the east," Thorn whispered, his weathered hand pointing toward a shimmer of metal, barely visible against the horizon. "Solar nights, at least a dozen." Seren's heart sank. The Empire's elite sun hunters were equipped with enchanted armor that reflected and amplified sunlight, allowing them to approach even the hottest fallen star without harm. Against their discipline and magical equipment, the tribal hunters had only their knowledge of the land and generations of tradition. "We need to reach it first," she decided, unslinging her collection gear, a bone staff tipped with a crystalline chamber designed to safely transport a sun's energy. "I'll go alone. I'm faster, and they'll be watching for a group." Thorn gripped her arm, his eyes grave beneath frosted brows. "Remember what I taught you. Don't look directly at the core when you make the first cut. And Serene," his voice dropped even lower, "try the new method. If it works..." He didn't need to finish. If Seren's experimental technique succeeded, it could change everything for the northern clans. Instead of harvesting a sun's entire essence at once, consuming it completely, she believed she could extract only a portion, allowing the celestial body to regenerate over time, a renewable source of warmth and light in a world growing ever colder. With a nod to her mentor, Seren pulled the hood of her white fur cloak over her raven hair and set off across the snow. She moved like a ghost, each step precisely placed to leave minimal tracks, her form blending with the ice-crusted landscape as only a child of the Frostreach could manage. The fallen sun's heat intensified as she approached, turning the perpetually frozen ground into treacherous slush. Steam rose around the glowing orb, creating a miniature weather system of swirling mists. Seren removed her outer layers, revealing the Sun Hunter's traditional harvesting garb beneath, a sleeveless tunic of treated leather covered in ancient runes of protection, leaving her arms bare to better sense the sun's emanations. The tribal markings across her skin began to glow faintly as she entered the sun's aura, resonating with its power. This close, she could see that the fallen star wasn't a perfect sphere as it had appeared from a distance. Its surface rippled and flowed like liquid gold, occasionally revealing glimpses of a crystalline lattice structure beneath, the true heart of the celestial visitor. Serene planted her staff in the thawed earth, closed her eyes, and began to sing the harvester's chant, a melody as old as the northern clans themselves, designed to soothe the fallen sun and prepare it for extraction. The orb's pulsing synchronized with her voice, its golden surface rippling in harmony. As the final notes faded, Seren opened her eyes and reached toward the sun, with bare hands that should have burned upon contact. Instead, her fingers slipped beneath the molten surface as if dipping into warm oil. The tribal markings across her arms flared brilliantly, channeling and redirecting the sun's energy around her flesh rather than through it. This was the critical moment. Traditionally, a sun hunter would now withdraw the star's entire essence, transferring it to the crystalline chamber atop their staff, leaving nothing but an inert, blackened husk. Instead, Seren focused her will on the technique she had developed in secret, a method inspired by how her people harvested sap from the rare heat pines that grew in sun-touched valleys. "Not all," she whispered to the sun, "just enough." She began to draw forth golden strands of pure solar essence, directing them into her collection chamber while maintaining contact with the core. The sun trembled and contracted, but did not collapse. Pain seared through Seren's arms as the celestial body resisted this unfamiliar process, but she maintained her focus, weaving the energy as her grandmother had taught her to weave wool, gently, patiently, with respect for the material. So absorbed was she in this delicate work that she almost missed the approaching hoofbeats. Almost. Seren sealed her collection chamber with a twist, severing the golden strands, but leaving the majority of the sun intact. The diminished star pulsed weakly but steadily, already beginning to regenerate what had been taken. She grabbed her gear and dove behind a nearby ridge just as the Imperial Solar Knights crested the horizon, their silver and gold armor blazing in the light of the fallen sun. "Survey the perimeter," commanded their captain, a tall figure distinguished by the crimson plume adorning his helmet. "The tracks lead this way. Find the tribal thief." Seren pressed herself against the frozen ground, willing her heart to quiet. The collection chamber on her staff glowed with captured sunlight, a beacon that would betray her if spotted. She reached to cover it with her cloak, but froze as the tip of a blade touched the back of her neck. "Don't move," whispered a voice, male, young, and surprisingly lacking the Central Empire's distinctive accent. Slowly, Seren turned her head to find herself staring not at a solar knight, but at a young man in the tattered remains of what had once been imperial regalia. His armor had been stripped of insignia, the gold leaf deliberately scratched away. His face, partially concealed by a scarf wrapped against the cold, nonetheless revealed features too refined for a common soldier. "You're not with them," she said, a statement rather than a question. "No longer," he confirmed, sheathing his blade once he confirmed she was alone. "Name's Ash, former Prince of the Empire, current deserter and fugitive, and you've just done something I was told was impossible." He nodded toward the fallen sun, now surrounded by solar knights who were setting up a traditional extraction apparatus, a complex arrangement of mirrors and crystal focusing lenses that would drain the star completely. "You took from it without killing it," Ash continued. "The Imperial Arcanum has been trying to achieve that for decades." Seren clutched her staff protectively. "Why should I trust you?" "Because I know what they plan to do with the suns they're gathering," he replied grimly. "And because I know about the celestial chalices." The name sent a jolt through Seren. The chalices were legendary artifacts, ancient vessels said to have been crafted during the First Dawn to store solar essence indefinitely without degradation. Most considered them myths, like the collector who supposedly guarded them. "They're real," Ash continued, reading her expression, "and my father, the Emperor, has found records describing their location. With them, and the technique you've just demonstrated, he could create a perpetual sun above the Imperial city." "Endless light and warmth for the capital," Seren said, understanding dawning. "That sounds beneficial." Ash's expression darkened. "At the cost of darkness for half the world. The celestial chalices don't create energy, they redirect it. A perpetual sun over the Empire means no sunfalls in the outer realms. Ever." The implication struck Seren like a physical blow. No more fallen stars in the frost reach would mean a slow death for her people and all who depended on the periodic celestial gifts. "We need to find the collector," Ash said, his voice urgent as the knights began their extraction process. "The last keeper of the final primordial sun, the one from which all fallen stars are said to be mere fragments. With it and your technique we might restore balance." "The collector is a fireside tale," Seren objected, though without conviction. After what she had just achieved, perhaps other legends deserved reconsideration. A shout from the knights ended their debate. One had spotted them despite their concealment. "Come with me if you want answers," Ash said, extending his hand. "I know a path through the frost reach that they won't follow, toward the obsidian desert." Seren hesitated only a moment before grasping his offered hand. The collection chamber at her staff's tip glowed with golden promise. Proof that change was possible, that ancient ways could be adapted rather than abandoned. Whatever secrets this fallen prince knew, whatever truth lay behind the legend of the collector, she needed to discover them. Together, they vanished into the swirling snow as the Imperial Knights mounted a pursuit, the partially harvested sun pulsing behind them like a beacon of hope in the endless night of the frost reach. 3 weeks later, Seren stood at the edge of the obsidian desert, a vast expanse of black glass that glittered under the light of twin moons. The transition from the frozen wastes to this eerily warm landscape had been abrupt, as if an invisible line separated winter from eternal autumn. Here, no ice formed despite the northern latitude. The ground radiated a gentle heat that rose in shimmering waves during daylight hours. "The glass was formed in the Great Burning," Ash explained as they made their way across the treacherous surface. "When the primordial sun first fell to Earth, or so the Imperial archives claim." Seren had learned much about her companion during their journey. Prince Ash, third son of Emperor Solaran IX, had fled the capital after discovering his father's plans to centralize all solar power. His knowledge of the ancient texts, forbidden to all but the imperial family, had made him both valuable and dangerous to the regime. "There," Ash pointed toward a structure rising from the obsidian plain, a tower of black glass spiraling toward the sky, its surface etched with runes that glowed with amber light, the Collector's Spire. As they approached, the tower seemed to shift and change, its dimensions flowing like a mirage despite its solid appearance. At its base stood a simple archway, unadorned save for a single symbol carved above it, a circle containing a spiral. "The sign of the eternal flame," Ash whispered reverently, "the original sun from which all others descended." They passed through the archway into a chamber that defied comprehension. Though the tower had appeared slender from outside, the interior stretched impossibly in all directions, a vast hall whose ceiling faded into darkness and whose walls were lined with thousands of niches. In each recess floated a tiny sun, ranging from brilliant white-hot spheres to cooler orbs of orange and red. And at the center of it all, seated upon a throne of crystallized light, was the Collector. Neither male nor female, young nor old, the figure appeared composed of pure radiance given solid form. Hair like white fire flowed around features both beautiful and terrible in their perfection. Eyes like twin solar eclipses, rings of gold surrounding absolute darkness, fixed upon the visitors. The fallen prince and the sun hunter who refuses to kill what she harvests. The Collector's voice resonated through the chamber, setting the tiny suns vibrating in their niches. "You have come seeking the primordial sun." "We seek to restore balance," Seren replied, forcing strength into her voice despite her awe. "The Empire hoards what should be shared. They plan to create a permanent sun that would doom the outer realms to eternal darkness." The Collector rose, the light throne dissolving as they moved. "What you call fallen suns are but fragments of the original, pieces I have gathered and nurtured for millennia, releasing them periodically to sustain life across all realms." They gestured, and a vision appeared in the air between them. The cosmos, as it had been at the beginning, a single brilliant sun illuminating a young world. "When the world grew too hot, I divided the primordial sun, scattering its essence to create the cycle of sunfalls that has maintained balance for eons." The vision shifted to show the Emperor's arcane laboratories, where captured suns were drained completely into massive storage vessels. "Now that balance is threatened, the new Empire does not understand that light and dark, warmth and cold, must exist in harmony." Ash stepped forward, dropping to one knee. "Then help us stop them. With Seren's method of partial harvesting and the power of the final primordial fragment," the Collector finished, "we might restore what was broken." They turned to Seren, eclipse eyes searching her face. "Show me this technique of yours, Sun Hunter." Seren removed the collection chamber from her staff, which still glowed with the essence she had harvested weeks earlier. Under the Collector's watchful gaze, she demonstrated how she had drawn forth the sun's energy without depleting its source, explaining the principles she had discovered through observation and intuition. "In all my centuries, I have not seen this approach," the Collector said when she finished, something like wonder in their ageless voice. "You have rediscovered what the ancients knew, that harmony requires reciprocity, not consumption." The Collector raised a luminous hand, and the chamber behind the throne opened to reveal a sun unlike any Seren had ever seen. A perfect sphere of white gold radiance, easily 10 times the size of the fallen star she had harvested. The primordial sun, the last of its kind, pulsed with power that made the air itself sing with energy. "With this and your method, Sun Hunter, we can restore the proper flow of solar essence throughout the world," the Collector said. "But be warned, the Empire will not surrender its advantage willingly." Ash's expression hardened with resolve. "I know my father's forces and his weaknesses. If we can reach the Imperial Arcanum where the celestial chalices are being prepared, then we might reweave the pattern of sunfalls as it was meant to be." Seren finished, her tribal markings glowing in resonance with the primordial sun's proximity, not hoarded by one realm, but shared among all. As the collector nodded in solemn agreement, Seren felt the weight of destiny settle upon her shoulders. What had begun as a simple hunt for survival had transformed into a quest to restore balance to a world teetering on the edge of eternal imbalance. The path ahead would lead to the heart of the Empire itself, where solar knights and imperial mages would defend their claim to perpetual daylight. Yet, looking at the primordial sun and the thousands of nurtured fragments surrounding it, Seren found her resolve hardening like obsidian glass. Some gifts were never meant to be possessed, but shared, passing from sky to earth and back again in an endless cycle of renewal. The sun might fall at midnight, but with its descent came the promise of a new dawn. Story 13. Time did not flow in the desert of Kronos. It fractured, splintered, and eddied like water over broken stones. From the safety of the ridge overlooking the forgotten city of Tempus Mori, Talon watched the shimmer of temporal distortion that enveloped the ruins. Even at this distance, the air rippled with prismatic currents that bent light into impossible angles, revealing glimpses of the city as it had been in ages past and might be in futures yet unlived. A dome of perpetual twilight hung over the central district, while the eastern quarter basked in eternal sunrise. The western precincts cycled through seasons in the span of heartbeats, snow falling upon sand dunes that bloomed with desert flowers before withering again to dust. "Magnificent and terrible," murmured Talon, adjusting the chronometric goggles that protected his vision from the worst of the temporal interference. His fingers, nimble and scarred from years of separating treasures from their owners, checked the specially enchanted pouches at his belt. Each one was lined with time-lock silk, harvested from the cocoons of paradox moths, the only known substance that could safely transport artifacts from temporal distortion zones. The journey to Tempus Mori had cost him 3 guides, 2 pack animals, and nearly his sanity as they crossed the shifting sands, where travelers might age decades or regress to childhood between one step and the next. But the reward justified any risk. The legendary Hourglass of Eternity, said to contain the very first grain of sand upon which time itself had been founded. "Half the payment now," came the gravelly voice of Sark, the merchant whose caravan had brought Talon to the ridge. The desert trader's skin was leather dark from endless sun, his eyes milky with cataracts that nevertheless missed nothing. "The other half, if you return." Talon tossed a pouch of chronite crystals, currency more stable than gold in the temporal flux regions, without taking his eyes from the ruins. "I'll return, I always do." "Oh, no one returns from Tempus Mori," Sark replied, catching the payment with practiced ease. "Not as they were when they entered." Talon merely smiled, the expression never reaching his eyes. He'd built his reputation retrieving artifacts from places others deemed impossible. The submerged libraries of Atlantara, the floating citadels of Nimbulon, the volcanic forges of Ember Deep. Temporal ruins were simply another challenge, albeit one requiring specialized preparation. Slinging his pack across his shoulders, he adjusted the mechanism on his wrist, a contraption of brass, crystal, and arcane sigils that emitted a soft, ticking sound precisely synchronized with his heartbeat. The chronometer would alert him if his personal time stream accelerated or slowed dangerously, giving him precious seconds to retreat to a more stable pocket. "Wish me luck, old man," Talon said, pulling his scarf over his nose and mouth. "Luck is meaningless where you're going," Sark replied. "Better to wish for wisdom." Talon's first steps into the outskirts of Tempus Mori brought an immediate disorientation that threatened to overwhelm even his extensive preparation. Colors inverted, sounds arrived before their sources, and his shadow stretched before him, then behind within the same footfall. The chronometer at his wrist fluctuated wildly before stabilizing at a rhythm slightly slower than normal. Here, at the city's edge, time moved at approximately half the speed of the outside world. Streets that had once been grand boulevards now twisted like the branches of ancient trees. Buildings leaned at impossible angles, yet remained standing, frozen in the moment before collapse for what might have been centuries. Talon consulted the map tattooed in chronochromatic ink upon his forearm, visible only when exposed to temporal flux, and oriented himself toward the city center where the hourglass was said to rest. He had traveled perhaps 2 miles when the chronometer suddenly accelerated to triple its normal pace. Talon dived behind a fallen pillar just as the pavement where he had stood transformed from stone to metal to vegetation and back again, cycling through what must have been millennia of possible versions of the same location. "Temporal eddy," he muttered, checking his map again. "Need to find a more stable path." "There is no stable path to the Nexus," came a voice like crystal wind chimes, "only varying degrees of instability." Talon whirled, blade in hand, to face a woman perched atop a nearby archway. Her hair floated around her as if she were underwater, strands of silver and gold that seemed to both absorb and emit light. Her eyes shone with an inner luminescence, irises rotating like the mechanism of his chronometer. She wore armor of opalescent material that shifted between solid plate and liquid silk with her movements. "A guardian of time," Talon breathed, recognizing the distinctive regalia from ancient texts. The legendary order had vanished centuries ago, or so history recorded. The woman inclined her head slightly. "I am Lyra, sentinel of the third recursion." She leapt from the arch, her descent occurring in staccato movements, as if frames of her journey were missing. When she landed before him, she seemed simultaneously too close and impossibly distant. "You seek the hourglass." It wasn't a question. "I've been commissioned to retrieve it," Talon replied cautiously. "By the Chronarch Syndicate, no doubt." Lyra's expression hardened. "Those fools never learn. The hourglass is not merely an artifact of power. It is a linchpin, holding what remains of stability within this shattered continuum." Talon had never heard of any Chronarch Syndicate. His employer was a private collector from Avalon, a reclusive nobleman with an obsession for temporal curiosities. "I'm just a retrieval specialist," he said carefully. "The politics of artifacts is beyond my concern." "Nothing is beyond your concern when reality itself hangs in the balance." Lyra gestured around them at the fractured cityscape. "What do you know of Tempus Mori's fall?" "The usual legends, a catastrophic magical experiment, hubris of wizards, the gods' punishment for mortal overreach." Talon shrugged. "Different versions in different taverns. All correct, yet incomplete." Lyra began walking, her movements leaving faint traces of afterimages. "Come, if you insist on reaching the hourglass, better you do so understanding what you seek to disturb." Curiosity, always Talon's weakness alongside avarice, compelled him to follow. They traversed districts where buildings aged to dust and reconstructed themselves in eye blinks, past gardens where flowers bloomed, wilted and bloomed again in endless cycles. In one plaza, ghostly figures enacted the same market day eternally, their transactions never completing, their bargaining frozen in recursive loops. "This was once the greatest city of the temporal concord," Lyra explained as they carefully navigated a street where cobblestones randomly transformed into quicksand. The foremost mages and chronothurgists gathered here to study the fundamental nature of time itself. "What went wrong?" Talon asked, leaping over a patch where time ran backward, evidenced by a bird flying in reverse, its song an eerie inversion of natural sound. "They discovered that time is not a river flowing in one direction, but an ocean, vast, multidimensional, with currents and countercurrents. Lyra paused before a grand building that cycled between pristine glory and absolute ruin. Within this chronoleum, they attempted to access what they called the primordial dimension, the wellspring from which all magic flows, where time and space exist in potential rather than actuality. "Let me guess," Talon said dryly. "It didn't go as planned." They succeeded. The simple statement hung in the air with terrible weight. For one perfect moment, they opened a gateway to a realm of pure possibility. But such power cannot be contained by mortal means. The backlash shattered time within the city, creating this anomaly, a wound in reality that has been bleeding temporal energy for 3 centuries. Talon's chronometer suddenly emitted a high-pitched whine. The air before them split open like torn fabric, revealing a swirling vortex of colors no human eye was meant to perceive. "Temporal fissure!" Lyra shouted, grabbing his arm with inhuman strength. She pulled him down a side alley as the main street was consumed by the distortion. Buildings touched by the phenomenon age-cycled rapidly, their materials transmuting and degrading until they collapsed into constituent atoms. "That," Lyra said when they had reached safer ground, "is what happens when the rupture expands." And it is expanding, Talon. Slowly but inevitably, within a decade, perhaps 2, it will engulf the entire desert. Within a century, the continent. Eventually, the world. Talon's throat felt dry despite the moisture regulator in his scarf. And the hourglass? Where does it fit into this chaos? "It was their failsafe," Lyra replied. "The Concord may have been arrogant, but they weren't fools. They created the hourglass of eternity as a means to seal any rupture their experiments might cause." Her luminous eyes locked with his. "I have been trying to reach it for what feels like months to me, though I'm told decades have passed in the outside world." "Why haven't you succeeded?" Talon asked, professional pride mingling with genuine curiosity. "Because the path to the nexus, where the hourglass resides, requires something I lack." For the first time, Lyra's confidence seemed to waver. Temporal guardians are anchored to the true time stream. It is how we maintain our sanity and purpose amidst chaos. But that same anchoring prevents me from entering certain pockets of extreme distortion. Understanding dawned on Talon. While I, with no such anchoring, can slip between the cracks, so to speak. Lyra nodded. "You possess a natural temporal resilience, rare among unaltered humans. It's why you've survived as long as you have in this profession. It's also why I believe you may succeed where I cannot." Talon considered his options. The reward for retrieving the hourglass would set him up for life. But what good was wealth if reality itself unraveled? Yet something about Lyra's explanation nagged at him. If the hourglass can seal the rupture, why would anyone want to remove it from here? Lyra's expression grew grim. "Because it can also do the opposite. In the wrong hands, it could be used to tear the rupture wide open, giving access to the unlimited magical power of the primordial dimension. At the cost of all existence as we know it," Talon concluded. "Charming." The approach to the city's center grew increasingly hazardous. They navigated time loops where Talon watched multiple versions of himself attempting different paths forward, learning from his own failures before they occurred. In one district, buildings had aged into dust while their inhabitants remained, ghostly figures going about daily routines amidst nothingness. In another, structures stood pristine and empty, preserved in perfect condition, while every living thing had accelerated through its entire lifespan in moments. At last, they reached the edge of the nexus, a perfect dome of swirling energy at the city's heart, where all the fractured time streams seemed to both originate and terminate. "I can go no further," Lyra said, her form becoming translucent as she approached the boundary. Beyond this point, time doesn't merely distort, it ceases to have meaning. The hourglass rests on a pedestal at the center. Once you have it in your possession, you must make a choice. Turn it to seal the rupture, Talon said, or deliver it to my employer, who would inevitably use it to open the gateway permanently, Lyra finished. I cannot force your decision. Temporal guardians are sworn to preserve free will above all. It is the one constant in an inconstant multiverse. Talon stared into the maelstrom of time and possibility that awaited him. For the first time in his career, the risk seemed to outweigh the reward. Yet something beyond mere profit or self-preservation pulled at him. A curiosity about what lay at the heart of existence, and perhaps a small, unfamiliar desire to be something more than just a thief. If I seal the rupture, he asked, what happens to this place? To you? Tempus Mori will remain a temporal anomaly, but a stable one, no longer expanding, no longer threatening the outside world. As for me, Lyra's smile held infinite sadness. I have been bound to this place since the catastrophe. Sealing the rupture will not change that. Talon nodded once, decision made, and stepped into the swirling chaos of the Nexus. Time ceased to have meaning. He experienced his entrance, journey, and return simultaneously. He was a child, an old man, and his current self all at once. Past versions of his life that never happened played out alongside futures that might yet be. At the center of it all, floating above a pedestal of pure crystal, hovered the hourglass of eternity, a marvel of craftsmanship and magic unlike anything Talon had ever sought to steal. Its housing was formed from metal that existed between states of matter, neither solid nor liquid nor gas, but somehow all and none. Within, a single grain of sand hung suspended, neither falling nor rising, containing within it the compressed potential of all time. As his hand closed around the artifact, Talon felt the weight of existence press upon him. The hourglass pulsed with awareness, recognizing its bearer, offering visions of the wealth and power that awaited should he choose to deliver it to those who sought to open the gateway wide. Yet alongside these temptations came other images. Continents dissolving into temporal chaos, reality itself unwinding like a poorly crafted tapestry, and at the end of all things, emptiness where once a universe of infinite wonder had existed. The choice, when it came, was both momentous and simple. Talon turned the hourglass. The shockwave of temporal realignment knocked him unconscious. When he awoke, he lay at the edge of the dome, which now shone with a steady, pearlescent light, rather than chaotic energy. Lyra knelt beside him, her form more solid than before, though still possessing that otherworldly luminescence. You chose well, she said softly. The rupture is sealed. Tempus Mori will remain broken, but its brokenness will no longer spread. Talon sat up gingerly, noting with professional interest that the chronometric pouches at his belt had disintegrated, their contents now nothing but ordinary sand. I'm a thief, he said with a wry smile, not a world destroyer. Even I have standards. And what will you tell your employer? Lyra asked, helping him to his feet. Talon considered this as they began the journey back through the now stabilized ruin. The temporal distortions remained, but they had acquired a pattern, a predictability that made navigation less treacherous. In some ways, Tempus Mori was more beautiful now, a garden of time rather than a wound in reality. I'll tell him the truth, Talon decided, that the greatest treasure I found was something that could not be owned, only experienced and preserved for others to witness. Lyra's laughter chimed like distant bells. Perhaps you're not merely a thief after all, Talon of the steady hands and curious heart. As they reached the outskirts of the city, where Sark and his caravan would be waiting, or might have been waiting for decades, given the temporal differentials, Talon glanced back at the ruined city, now a monument to both hubris and redemption. Will you remain here? He asked Lyra. Now that your mission is complete? For a time, she replied enigmatically. But time, as you've learned, is more fluid than most believe. Our paths may cross again, in a when you might not expect. The desert stretched before them, golden sands reflecting the light of a sun that rose and set according to the predictable laws of a reality now secure in its foundations. Talon adjusted his empty pouches, reset his chronometer, and stepped forward into a future once more filled with possibility rather than paradox. Story 14. The first crystal flower bloomed on Old Man Thorn's grave 3 days after his burial, a delicate blossom of azure translucence that caught the dawn light and scattered it in prismatic patterns across the cemetery grounds. By nightfall, whispers had spread through the kingdom of Lyrian like autumn leaves on a restless wind. Within a week, similar crystalline growths appeared on graves throughout the realm, some clear as morning dew, others hued in sapphire, emerald, or amethyst. Beautiful and otherworldly, these blossoms transformed burial grounds from places of mourning into gardens of ethereal wonder. Willow first encountered the phenomenon while tending the royal cemetery as part of her duties as apprentice gardener to the palace. Her fingers, calloused from years of working the soil, trembled as she reached toward a particularly intricate crystal bloom that had sprouted over the grave of Lady Elspeth, former handmaiden to the Queen. The petals chimed softly as her skin made contact, and a voice, not her own, whispered through her mind. She watches from the shadows. Trust not her smile. The bargain was never meant to last. Willow stumbled backward, nearly trampling a bed of mundane moonflowers in her haste. The voice had been unmistakably Lady Elspeth's, though the noblewoman had passed nearly a fortnight ago, taken by what court physicians had called the fading sickness. "Did the flowers speak to you as well?" came a gentle inquiry from behind her. Willow whirled to find Princess Meredith standing at the garden gate, her silver blonde hair loose about her shoulders rather than arranged in the elaborate court style, making her appear younger than her 18 years. Despite being third in line to the throne, Meredith was known to wander the palace grounds unaccompanied, much to the dismay of her royal guardians. "Your Highness," Willow stammered, dropping into a hasty curtsy. "I was just—" "No need for formalities when we're alone," the princess interrupted, stepping closer to examine the crystal flower. "And you haven't answered my question. Did Lady Elspeth speak to you?" Willow hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. The phenomenon of the crystal flowers had been met with mixed reactions throughout Lyrian. Some viewed them as a divine blessing, allowing final messages from loved ones. Others whispered of witchcraft and unnatural forces meddling with the barrier between life and death. "Yes," she admitted finally, though her words made little sense. Meredith nodded thoughtfully. "They rarely do at first, but patterns emerge when one listens to enough of them." She gestured to the surrounding garden, where dozens of crystal blooms shimmered in the afternoon light. "I've heard nearly all of these. Most contain simple messages. Love for those left behind, regrets unresolved in life, memories cherished to the last breath. But some contain warnings," Willow guessed, recalling Lady Elspeth's cryptic message. The princess's blue eyes sharpened. "Indeed. And those are the ones that interest me most." She studied Willow appraisingly. "How long have you worked in the royal gardens?" "Since I was 12, Your Highness. 5 years now." "And in that time, you've never questioned why the Queen's suspended garden remains locked to all but a select few? Or why those who tend it seem to age so rapidly?" Willow's breath caught. The suspended garden, an architectural marvel that hung beneath the eastern tower of the palace, accessible only by a single staircase guarded day and night, had always been a subject of curiosity among the staff. Master Gardener Thaddeus visited it weekly, returning increasingly stooped and grey with each passing year, despite being only in his 5th decade. "It's not my place to question royal prerogative," Willow answered carefully. Meredith smiled, though the expression didn't reach her eyes. "A diplomatic response, but I think we both know curiosity doesn't bow to station." She glanced over her shoulder, then lowered her voice. "Meet me at the old well by the north wall at midnight. Bring your gardening shears and something to carry cuttings." With that, she departed, leaving Willow among the whispering crystal blooms. The old well lay in a forgotten corner of the palace grounds, its stones worn smooth by centuries of use before a newer system had rendered it obsolete. The moon hung full and heavy above as Willow approached, her footsteps silent on the dewy grass. Every shadow seemed to conceal watching eyes, and the weight of her pruning shears and canvas bag felt conspicuous against her hip. "You came!" Meredith emerged from behind the well's crumbling wall, now dressed in a simple guard's uniform with her distinctive hair tucked beneath a cap. "I wasn't certain you would." "Curiosity may not bow to station," Willow replied, "but it often leads to trouble." The princess's laugh was soft and genuine. "Wisely said, yet here you are." She produced a key from her pocket, an ornate thing of silver and crystal that seemed to glow with its own inner light. "This opens a servant's entrance to the eastern tower. From there we can access the suspended garden without passing the guards." "Why me?" Willow asked, the question that had plagued her since their earlier conversation finally escaping. "Of all the gardeners, why trust me with whatever this is?" Meredith's expression grew solemn. "Because the flowers speak to you as they do to me. You possess that ability to hear the voices of the dead in the crystal blooms. It suggests a particular sensitivity to the magic at work." She hesitated. "And because you cared for my brother when no one else would." Willow's heart constricted at the mention of Prince Aldrich, the king's youngest son, who had died 3 years prior after a mysterious wasting illness. Unlike the other royal children, Aldrich had taken interest in the gardens, often helping Willow with her tasks, despite the court's disapproval of such common activities. "He was kind," she said simply. "Yes," Meredith agreed, "and his grave never sprouted a crystal flower, though all around it did. Have you never wondered why?" The observation struck Willow like a physical blow. She had noticed the absence, but attributed it to some quirk of the phenomenon, which remained unexplained by even the court's most learned scholars. "Come," Meredith said, turning toward the palace. "The answers we seek lie in the suspended garden." The servants' passage wound through the eastern tower like the burrow of some massive creature, narrow in places and opening unexpectedly into forgotten chambers, filled with dusty artifacts from reigns long past. They emerged finally onto a narrow walkway that clung to the tower's outer wall, far above the ground below. Ahead, suspended by massive chains and seemingly floating in midair, was the legendary garden, a structure of glass and silver that gleamed in the moonlight like a cage fashioned for capturing stars. A small door, nearly invisible against the walkway's stone, yielded to Meredith's key. Inside, the air hung heavy with the cloying sweetness of too many flowers in too small a space, but these were no ordinary blooms. Plants with leaves that shifted color as they watched, flowers whose petals opened and closed in rhythmic patterns like breathing lungs, vines that seemed to reach toward them before retreating. The garden was alive in ways that defied natural law. At the center of it all stood a tree unlike any Willow had ever encountered, its trunk twisted in a perfect spiral, bark the color of moonlight on water, branches bearing flowers of pure crystal identical to those that grew upon the graves below. "The heart of cultivation," Meredith whispered, approaching the tree with reverent steps. "Source of the royal family's prosperity, or so we're told from childhood." Willow followed, her gardener's eye noting details with professional precision. These plants, many aren't native to Lyrian. Some I've never seen in any herbal text, because they aren't from our world at all. Meredith gestured to a small pedestal beside the tree, where an ancient tome lay open to pages covered in script that seemed to move when viewed directly. This is the Covenant of Bloom and Root, signed by my ancestor Queen Elisande 3 centuries ago. It details her pact with entities known only as the Cultivators. Willow leaned closer, trying to decipher the shifting text. What manner of pact? One of exchange. The Cultivators provided these otherworldly plants, which produce essences that extend life, cure disease, and enhance the fertility of our realm's soil. Meredith's voice hardened. In return, they harvest something from our people at the moment of death, a fragment of soul, captured in crystal flowers that bloom upon graves. Understanding dawned like a cold sun. The crystal blooms. They're not messages from the dead. They're fragments of the dead themselves. Exactly. Small pieces of essence, collected over generations. But for what purpose? Meredith turned to a workbench where various botanical instruments lay beside vials of shimmering liquid. My research suggests the cultivators are preparing for something they call the Great Blooming, an event that requires the concentrated essence of thousands of human souls. A sound from the entrance interrupted them, the unmistakable clank of armored guards approaching. Meredith's eyes widened in alarm. Someone must have seen us. We have to leave. But Willow found herself drawn to the crystal tree, compelled by an instinct she couldn't name. As the guard's footsteps grew closer, she pressed her palm against the smooth trunk. Immediately, a cascade of voices flooded her mind, thousands upon thousands of final thoughts, fears, loves, and warnings from every soul that had contributed to the cultivator's harvest. Among them, one voice rose clearer than the rest. "Willow, I knew you would come." "Aldrich," she gasped, recognizing the prince's gentle tone. "They took more than a fragment from me. As royal blood, I was a special harvest. My entire essence sustains the tree, as does my father's father, and his father before him." The kings don't die naturally, Willow realized, speaking aloud in her shock. They're sacrificed to maintain this pact. "What did you say?" Meredith demanded, tearing herself away from the door where she'd been keeping watch. Before Willow could respond, the tree's crystal flowers began to pulse with light, resonating with her touch. The voices in her mind intensified, no longer individual, but a collective consciousness awakening to her presence. The vessels are ready. The great blooming approaches. When the next royal blood feeds the earth, our purpose will be fulfilled. With sudden clarity, Willow understood. The crystal flowers weren't just capturing soul fragments. They were transforming the people of Lyrian, preparing them for some grand metamorphosis orchestrated by the mysterious cultivators. The door burst open, admitting not palace guards but Queen Linnea herself, flanked by Master Gardener Thaddeus, now revealed as her accomplice. The queen's beauty, renowned throughout the realm, seemed suddenly sinister in the crystalline light, her perfect features too symmetrical, her movements too fluid. "Meddlesome children," she hissed, her voice layered with harmonics no human throat should produce. "The compact is nearly complete. The great blooming cannot be stopped." Thaddeus moved with surprising speed for his apparent age, seizing Meredith before she could flee. The princess struggled against his grip, her face contorted with a mixture of fear and rage. "You're not even my mother anymore, are you?" she spat. "You're one of them, a cultivator wearing her skin." The queen's smile stretched too wide, revealing teeth that gleamed like polished crystal. "Your mother welcomed our touch, child. The royal line has always been our most willing partners, trading their humanity gradually for longevity, beauty, power." "And the people of Lyrian?" Willow demanded. her hand still pressed to the tree, drawing strength from Aldrich's presence within it. "What becomes of them when your great blooming occurs?" "They transform," the queen replied, approaching with unnatural grace. "As the crystal flowers grow, they change those buried beneath. Given time, an entire kingdom of perfect vessels, human bodies with the essence of our kind, a garden of flesh and spirit cultivated across centuries." Horror froze Willow's blood, but beneath it burned a fiercer emotion, rage at the manipulation, at the perversion of natural growth and cycles she had dedicated her life to understanding. With a gardener's decisive instinct, she drew her pruning shears and drove them deep into the crystal tree's trunk. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. The tree shrieked, a sound no plant should make, and the crystal flowers throughout the garden shattered simultaneously. The queen dropped to her knees, her perfect features rippling like disturbed water as her connection to the cultivator's power faltered. Freed from Thaddeus's suddenly weakened grip, Meredith rushed to Willow's side. "What have you done?" "What any gardener would do with a diseased plant threatening the garden," Willow replied, twisting the shears deeper, pruning it at the root. The tree's trunk split along the cut, revealing not wood, but a crystalline interior housing thousands of tiny glowing spheres, soul fragments collected over centuries. As the structure failed, these essences began to escape, drifting upward like luminescent seeds carried on an invisible breeze. The queen, or the entity wearing her form, lunged for Willow with inhuman speed, fingers elongated into crystalline talons. Meredith intercepted her with a silver gardening trowel snatched from the workbench, driving it into the creature's chest with desperate strength. "For my brother," she hissed as the queen's form shattered into 1,000 glittering shards. Outside, beyond the glass walls of the suspended garden, the night sky filled with floating lights as soul fragments sought their proper rest. Throughout Lyrian, crystal flowers on graves began to dissolve, releasing their captured essences to join the luminous migration. Among the departing souls, Willow felt rather than heard Aldrich's final goodbye, a gentle pressure like spring sunshine against her consciousness before his essence too joined the exodus. "What happens now?" she asked as dawn broke over a kingdom forever changed. Meredith gazed at the ruined garden, at the withering alien plants already crumbling without the crystal tree's influence. "Now we rebuild. A kingdom based on honest growth, not parasitic cultivation." She turned to Willow with determined eyes. "And I'll need a royal gardener who understands the difference between nurturing life and exploiting it." As the sun rose higher, its light caught in the remaining crystal fragments scattered across the garden floor, casting rainbow patterns that danced like promises of renewal. The great blooming had been prevented, but a different kind of flowering had just begun, one rooted in truth and tended with wisdom by a gardener who had learned that the most important seeds to cultivate were those of courage and compassion. Story 15. In a world where mountains walked and rivers changed their course between dusk and dawn, only the cartographers Vidente could predict the shifting patterns of an ever-changing landscape. Their maps were not records of what was, but prophecies of what would be, charts of a reality as fluid as the ink they used to capture it. Eloan stood at the edge of Whispering Cliff, watching as the Thunder Peak Mountains slowly migrated westward, their massive stone bodies grinding across the plains below. Each behemoth left a trail of churned earth that would, by tomorrow, become the new bed for the Serpentine River. The wind carried the deep, sonorous rumble of their movement, a sound like the world itself breathing. She sketched rapidly in her leather-bound journal, her fingers stained with special inks distilled from rare minerals that changed color in response to ambient magic. The mountains would settle approximately 3 leagues southwest of their current position, creating a new valley that merchants would use as a trading route for precisely 17 days before the mountains moved again. Such knowledge was Eowyn's gift and burden. As the youngest cartographer vidente ever to complete her apprenticeship, she saw the future written in the subtle shifts of land and sky that others missed. A momentary shimmer in the air that presaged a forest's overnight relocation, the peculiar angle of shadows that foretold a coastline's imminent reconfiguration. Master Thorn will want these calculations by sundown, she murmured to herself, tucking the journal into her satchel. The Guild of Eternal Cartography paid handsomely for accurate predictions, which they sold to kingdoms, caravans, and anyone else who needed to navigate a landscape that refused to remain still. But when Eowyn returned to the Guild's tower, a spiraling structure that corkscrewed skyward at the center of Nexus City, she found chaos instead of the usual methodical activity. Apprentices rushed through hallways carrying armfuls of scrolls. Senior cartographers huddled in tense discussion. And at the center of the main mapping chamber, surrounded by concentric circles of runes and instruments, lay Master Thorn himself. His body transformed to stone, one hand still clutching his mapping stylus, his face frozen in an expression of profound revelation. "What happened?" Eowyn whispered to Magister Vel, whose silver hair was disheveled from apparent distress. "Found like this at dawn," the old woman replied. "Petrified on an incomplete map." She gestured to the vast parchment beneath Thorn's stone form. He was working on the celestial alignment chart, mapping the convergences that occur only once every century. Eowyn studied the unfinished map with growing unease. Unlike traditional cartographic works, this one depicted not physical terrain, but metaphysical pathways. Places where the boundaries between their world and others grew thin during specific astronomical alignments. "The Guildmaster wants to see you," Vel added, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Immediately." Guildmaster Oren Wayfinder was ancient beyond reckoning, his skin like parchment, creased from countless folds, his eyes still sharp as the finest mapping pins. The walls of his observatory at the tower's pinnacle were transparent crystal that showed not just Nexus City below, but overlapping images of how it had appeared in the past and might appear in various futures. "Apprentice Eowyn," he acknowledged as she entered. "Though I suppose apprentice is no longer accurate, given the circumstances." "Master Thorn," she began. "Is beyond our help," Oren interrupted gently. "But you are not beyond his." From a cabinet of polished obsidian he retrieved a small wooden box inlaid with silver constellations. Thorn left instructions that this should pass to you in the event of his incapacity. The box contained a compass unlike any Eowyn had ever seen. Instead of a simple needle pointing north, its face featured multiple indicators of varying lengths and compositions: gold, silver, crystal, and substances she couldn't identify. Rather than cardinal directions, the compass rose was inscribed with symbols representing concepts beyond, between, beneath, and others that seemed to shift when viewed directly. "The Wayfinder's compass," Oren explained, "one of only 7 ever created and the last still functioning. It points not to magnetic north, but to destinations that exist in the folds of reality. The impossible realms." Eowyn's fingers trembled as she lifted the artifact. "Impossible realms are myths," she said, though her certainty wavered as the compass's indicators began to move in patterns that corresponded to no physical direction. Oren's laugh was dry as autumn leaves. "All myths are born from truths too strange for common understanding. The impossible realms are quite real, domains that exist adjacent to our own, accessible only during rare cosmic alignments." He gestured to Thorn's unfinished map. "Your mentor was attempting to chart the next such alignment. Someone, or something, clearly wanted to prevent its completion. "Why would Master Thorn choose me to continue his work?" Elowen asked, though a part of her already knew the answer. "Because you see patterns others miss," Oren confirmed. "Your gift extends beyond mere geographical prediction. You intuitively understand the language of landscape, how places speak to each other across the divides of space and possibility." He moved to a shelf and retrieved a worn journal bound in leather, so ancient it had hardened to the consistency of armor. "These are Thorn's notes on the impossible realms. Study them. The alignment he was mapping occurs in 7 days. If his work remains incomplete, an opportunity centuries in the making will be lost. And if I complete it," Oren's gaze turned toward the crystal walls, where the city below seemed to flicker between versions of itself, "then you may discover why our world refuses to hold still, and whether that should change." The Collector of Lands was not what Elowen had expected. His name had appeared repeatedly in Thorn's journal, described as a dangerous adversary who sought to possess maps of the impossible realms for nefarious purposes. Yet the figure who now pursued her through the midnight streets of Nexus City seemed more shadow than substance, a rippling darkness that flowed over walls and around corners with liquid grace. "The compass and the map, cartographer," the voice hissed, seeming to emanate from every shadow simultaneously. "Surrender them, and your death will be swift." Elowen clutched the Wayfinder's compass in one hand and Thorn's incomplete map in the other as she fled. 4 days of feverish research had yielded partial success. She had extended the map's pathways and identified 3 potential entry points to the impossible realms. But critical elements remained incomplete, and now it appeared she had drawn unwelcome attention. A dead end loomed ahead, a wall where there should have been a continuation of the alley according to her mental map of the city. Then she realized the geography had shifted during her flight. The Collector was manipulating the city's structure to trap her. "Impressive," she muttered, pressing her back against the wall. "But 2 can navigate this game." Closing her eyes, Elowen extended her cartographer's senses, feeling the potential configurations the alley might assume. There, a possibility where the wall became a doorway, leading to a district that normally existed on the opposite side of Nexus. She focused her will on that configuration, and reality shimmered in response. The wall behind her melted away, and she stumbled backward into a bustling night market that shouldn't have been there. The famous Crescent Bazaar from the city's eastern quarter, somehow now connected to this western alley. The confused shouts of merchants gave way to screams as the shadowy form of the Collector poured through the newly created passage. Elowen ran, weaving between stalls of exotic goods, searching for another weak point in reality's fabric. "You cannot escape one who walks between worlds, little cartographer," the Collector called, his voice like stone grinding against stone. "She doesn't need to escape," came a new voice, followed by a figure dropping from above with the silent grace of a hunting cat. "She just needed to reach me." The newcomer stood between Elowen and her pursuer, a young man clad in leather armor so dark it seemed to absorb light. A hood concealed most of his features, but his eyes gleamed with an unnatural amber luminescence. "Finn," the Collector growled, "the shadow thief, still interfering in matters beyond your understanding. Still trying to collapse the boundaries between realms," Finn countered. "Some ambitions never change." He glanced over his shoulder at Elowen. "The compass. Use it now." Without questioning how this stranger knew about the Wayfinder's compass, Elowen raised the artifact. Its multiple indicators spun wildly before aligning on a symbol that resembled a doorway ajar. The air before them split open like torn fabric, revealing a swirling vortex of colors no mortal eye was meant to perceive. "Go!" Finn shouted, drawing twin blades of metal that seemed to bend light around their edges. "I'll hold him here." Elowyn hesitated only a moment before plunging into the portal, the sound of clashing blades fading behind her as reality itself twisted and reconfigured around her form. She emerged onto a plain of crystal grass that chimed with each footstep, beneath a sky where stars moved in geometric patterns rather than familiar constellations. In the distance, mountains hovered above their own shadows, connected to the ground by slender pillars of light. Rivers flowed upward, defying gravity to form elevated waterways that arched across the landscape like liquid bridges. "The first impossible realm," came Finn's voice as he materialized beside her, somehow having followed through the closing portal, exactly as Thorn described it. Elowyn's cartographer instincts automatically began cataloguing the impossible geography, her fingers itching for paper and ink. What is this place? A reality adjacent to our own, with different physical laws, Finn explained, seemingly uninjured despite his confrontation with the Collector. There are 7 such realms, each accessible only during specific alignments. Thorn discovered that they form a pattern, a greater map of reality itself. And the Collector wants this knowledge to... what? Visit these places? Finn's expression darkened. To merge them with our world. The fluid geography of our realm? The walking mountains and shifting rivers? They're not natural. They're symptoms of weakening boundaries between realities. As they traversed the crystalline landscape, Elowyn used the compass to navigate toward what Thorn's notes described as a harmonic convergence, a place where the first realm connected to the others during alignment. The Wayfinder's compass led them through forests of trees that grew in reverse, from canopy to roots, across deserts where each grain of sand was a miniature world complete with its own microscopic geography, and finally to a towering spire of opalescent stone. "The cartographer's spire," Finn murmured with evident awe. "From here, one could see all 7 realms simultaneously during the perfect alignment." Inside the spire, a circular chamber contained a pedestal carved from the same opalescent material. Elowyn unrolled Thorn's incomplete map upon it and gasped as the parchment began to glow, sections filling themselves in as if an invisible hand were completing the work. "The spire responds to the presence of a true cartographer vidente," Finn explained. "It's showing you what Thorn began to see before the Collector stopped him." As the map completed itself, Elowyn's understanding expanded exponentially. She saw not just the paths between worlds, but the true nature of her own reality. A realm that had once been stable until the first breaches between dimensions had occurred. The constant geographical shifts were indeed a defense mechanism, the world's attempt to prevent invaders from establishing permanent footholds. The Collector isn't just collecting lands, she realized. He's one of them, the extra-dimensional being seeking entry, and he needs a complete map to fully open the pathways. "Yes," Finn agreed, "and now that the map is complete, it shows both how to open those pathways permanently and how to seal them forever," Elowyn finished, her finger tracing a complex pattern on the map that pulsed with golden light. But sealing the boundaries would end the geographical fluidity of our world. Mountains would stand still, rivers would maintain their courses. The very magic that allows cartographers vidente to exist would fade. "Making your kind obsolete," came the Collector's voice as his shadowy form materialized at the chamber's entrance. "Such a sacrifice for what? A rigid, unchanging world bound by tedious physical consistency." Elowyn stood protectively over the map, better than surrendering to invasion. "Invasion?" The Collector laughed, the sound distorting the air around him. "We bring possibility, variety. Magic itself flows from the spaces between realities. Close those pathways, and your world becomes mundane, predictable, dead." "Or stable," Finn countered, moving to stand beside Elowyn. "Free to develop without constant disruption, to build civilizations that last longer than the 17 days before a mountain decides to walk through them. The collector extended a hand that shifted between various forms, sometimes clawed, sometimes tentacled, never quite settling on a single configuration. "Give me the map, cartographer." Your mentor understood the value of connection between realms. Why else would he study them so diligently? "To understand the threat," Elowin replied, though doubt flickered briefly. Had Thorn's intentions been what the guild claimed? Or had he too seen value in the fluidity brought by weakened boundaries? The answer came not in words, but in sensation, as the compass at her belt pulsed with warmth. Instinctively, she placed it upon the map, and Thorn's final message emerged in glowing script. The pattern must be complete to make the choice. Trust your vision, Elowin. Maps don't just show what is or will be. They create possibility. Choose wisely. Understanding bloomed within her. The decision wasn't simply between sealing or opening the boundaries, but determining their nature, creating a new map of reality itself. With cartographer's precision, Elowin began to modify the completed map, her fingers tracing new pathways that neither fully separated nor fully merged the realms. The collector lunged forward, but Finn intercepted him, their forms blurring as they battled across dimensions simultaneously. "What are you doing?" the collector demanded, his voice distorting with alarm. "Charting a third option," Elowin replied, her modifications now glowing with multicolored light. "Controlled boundaries, stable geographies, with designated crossover points that open only at specific times, under specific conditions. Neither isolation nor invasion, coexistence." The map blazed with blinding radiance as the cosmic alignment reached its peak. The chamber around them seemed to expand infinitely, briefly containing aspects of all 7 impossible realms at once. The collector's shadowy form dispersed into motes of darkness that swirled frantically before being drawn into the map itself. Not destroyed, but bound to the new rules of reality Elowin had cartographed. When the light faded, Elowin and Finn stood in the chamber alone, the map now permanently etched into the pedestal's surface. "You've rewritten reality," Finn said softly. "No cartographer vidente has ever achieved such a thing." Elowin looked through the spire's crystal windows to the world beyond, a world where mountains now stayed largely in place, but shimmered with the potential for movement during specific astronomical alignments. Rivers maintained their courses but might, during celestial conjunctions, explore new paths briefly before returning to their mapped beds. "Not rewritten," she corrected. "Just revised the draft. The best maps don't just record a landscape, they suggest how best to navigate it." As they departed the spire, Elowin felt the weight of the Wayfinder's compass in her hand, its indicators now pointing toward home, a home that would remain where she had left it, yet would never be quite the same. Cartographers vidente would still be needed, not to predict constant change, but to map the special moments when reality's boundaries thinned and possibility bloomed like flowers after rain. In a world of newfound stability, threaded with controlled wonder, Elowin stepped forward into a future she had helped to chart, one where maps were not just tools for navigation, but instruments of balance between order and possibility.